Tamarov 987-656-7678 says. Hey homie, I checked your video, seems like you are new in Kick, not yet affiliated and verified. I got a proposal for you by sharing your stream to a Kick community for you to gain 1,000 followers, earning at least $1,000 per stream and enable sub button. Add me on Discord to discuss more, Olamo24.
Introducing your champion.
Try as you might, you can't kill a what, son?
Target acquired. There. Enemy at that location.
Their final mistake.
Evo harvesters are now available.
I am Bloodhunter. You can call me Bloodhound.
This is your champion.
Time to stir up some trouble. I am the jump master.
Let's see you try that. Oh wait, you got no wings. You got no wings.
Let's break this world.
Attention. Evo harvesters are online.
Someone traveled through here recently. Throwing down my grenade. Marking our surroundings. Careful. Kill leader. I'm taking fire.
Field is cracked. Open and fire.
Reloading.
Reloading. Enemy here. Watch over here.
Father, give me sight. I craft enough position.
Sending a back.
I downed a hostile. Reloading. There is another squad. They are attacking. I have fallen.
Reloading. Going down.
Grabbed an upgrade. Let's go.
Troublesome.
Now ride with me. I'm ready for a match.
Introducing your champion.
The best tool is a friend. So, friends?
I say we land here. Enough lambing around. We're dropping.
We should go there. I go down.
Zero G is the only way to travel.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Will you get
We
your
should go
booties
there.
in the ring,
I go
please?
down.
Attention.
Charging. You kill leader. Udita. Stay on me, Doc. Keep the healing coming.
10 seconds.
Just a tick. Healing up.
Warning. Movement in progress.
Listen up. The ring's moving.
Setting a gate.
Care package being delivered.
Hold on. Care package coming down.
Hooligan on top of it.
Reloading.
Enemy here. Hooligan on top of it.
Setting him up forward. Just you. I have a friend's banner.
I think we're going to do great, friend.
I know where we want to be. Follow me. This is your champion. You know what I look like. Come find me.
Here we go. It's a long drop. Fun.
Toggle landed close. Game tip left.
Broke that enemy shield. I'm out of energy ammo. Broke that enemy shield.
Void running.
Using my Phoenix kit.
Shot at.
Over here.
I'm down.
First blood ended. The enemies are shooting at me. Champion out.
Beginning ring countdown.
Got snared.
Look at the map. The next ring is far. Replicator there for all your human needs. The ring is a far distance. 1 minute remains.
I'm nowhere close to dying.
Attention. Evo harvesters are now available.
The ring is quite far. There is not much time left. Watch out for the new kill leader, friend. Do you see the map? We're spread out quite far. Preparing. Giving my shields a recharge.
Wait, target there!
You listen to me. It's over.
Closing. Hold tight. I got your back. Care package delivered. I have sharpened my skills.
So long as you follow my
This is your champion.
Skin suits, they don't stand a chance.
I'm the jump master. I've been down.
I'd say try better, but it won't help against me.
Hey, besties, right now I'm...
My name is Ray. We have a job to do.
This match is gonna be extravagant, that's the word.
Come find me. I'll twist mine up good.
Introducing your champion.
Oh, let's check out that way.
Attention. First blood.
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this.
Round one. Beginning ring countdown.
Warrior inside. Shotgun bolt here. Level 2. Down.
Just you and me as our friends, Banner.
Attention. Evo harvesters are online.
Go out and bamboozle him. New kill leader. Soon to be... Ultimate's up. Down. Need a little help.
Party inside.
Down. Need a little help.
One second. We got this.
Give him my shield for a charge. Check it out. Care package coming in. Care package over there. Care package over there.
Might want to grab that banner.
Heard that. Extended energy mag here. Level 2.
Heard that.
I hear targets this way, and I have 20/20 hearing, so... What? Get bamboozling! Shot fired.
Half the squads are gone. I'm fine with that. Attention, there is a new kill leader. Recharging my shields. Patching myself up. Replicator there. It's got supplies left. I made the right choices. I'm at max level. Every little choice changes the path. Replicator there. It's got supplies left. I'm deploying for us. Got our squad near the center. Going to face. That rings far. I know. I say we move there.
Being rescued.
I leveled up and it comes with a fancy upgrade.
Gotta hop up here. Select fire.
Kill that flyer. Get an upgrade. Now, who to test it on?
One minute until close. Rings nearby.
Optics here. Mid-range. Triple take here.
Rings close. 45 seconds.
Optics here. Mid-range. Light ammo here.
Rings nearby with 30 to close. Wow, it's like we planned this.
Survey beacon over there. 10 seconds. The ring is basically knocking on the door. Check your map. And you're welcome.
Over there.
We're up. Let's go there.
we
You
can
could
move
use a
that way.
portal wave. Long, boring portal to the same world.
Let's go over there.
Care package being delivered.
Care package patching myself up. Ultimate accelerant here.
Care package over there.
Standard stock here.
level 2.
Full vaccine play.
Got an evac tower here.
Respawn beacon deployed first. Whoever.
Full evo cache here. Peacekeeper here.
Bamboozles for the fools. That was better in my mind.
Attention.
Hey, fine, over there.
Beginning stop countdown.
I think that was a whole squad.
Need to recharge my shields.
1 minute until we get shot.
Another precise execution. Moving that.
I'm in Cambodia, and I want to say a huge recently wrote to me opening up about the challenges they've been facing. They wrote, "Tonight I reached out to BetterHelp, and I don't think I would have done this without watching your video. Thank you for helping me turn my life around." I won't share it here, but their story was very powerful, underscoring the huge impact of reaching out when you're struggling. If you're facing challenges in life, remember that hope is just a click away. Taking that step toward a brighter tomorrow is something we can all do with BetterHelp. BetterHelp brings together a dedicated team of licensed therapists committed to accompanying you on a journey of personal growth. Their mission is clear: to make therapy universally accessible and affordable, eliminating the constraints of waiting rooms and geographical limitations. Getting started on your journey is super straightforward. Just answer a few questions and BetterHelp matches you with a therapist tailored to your needs, often within 48 hours. Connect however you want, through phone calls, video chats, or even messaging. If you've been wrestling with mental struggles and need someone to talk it out with, therapy just might be the answer. To get started now, click the link downstairs in the description or go to betterhelp.com/besteverfood to get 10% off your first month. And here's the best part: if you ever need to switch therapists, rest assured there are zero hidden fees or insurance headaches. It's time to break free from negative cycles. To start your journey, head on over to betterhelp.com/besteverfood today. Now, on to the show. Here, I've never had an entire crab, shell, legs, everything all in one go, especially here in the US. And the fact that this is like an American food gets me even more excited, because it's certainly not something that most Americans have ever tried or even heard of.
This is about as weird as Maryland gets right here.
In this series, we're taking on seafood on the USA's East Coast, all the way from Maine to Miami.
That is just a moment of perfection.
We can have more moments.
I can have more moments.
All you can eat buffet.
It's raining and I don't even care.
If we run out, we'll just go get more.
But before that, let's back up. The USA's East Coast consists of over 2,000 miles of shoreline from the Canadian border to the southern tip of Florida. Here, you'll find some of this country's most precious treasures of the deep.
This is the biggest pomfret I've ever seen in my life.
Aquatic gems that fishermen work tirelessly to bring in, no matter the time, no matter the weather, and no matter how seasick they may get.
My camera guy, he threw up today. Can we show that really quick?
From the ocean, this seafood changes hands to chefs around the country.
Yeah.
Chefs who take on the challenge of preparing what can be an incredibly rewarding type of food.
For you, running this high-end fine dining restaurant, what is the biggest challenge in sourcing good quality seafood?
But also an ingredient that, if not prepared properly, can lead to absolute disaster.
Every year there are some casualties. Some people die from eating oysters, I assume, that are raw.
There was one, I think, in Virginia last year.
BJ?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
From the home-cooked meals of the Gullah on St. Helena Island.
The shrimp here, it's just distinct, man. I've tasted shrimp from the Gulf up to Florida Keys, but these are special, man.
To impressively expensive fine dining at a 2 Michelin star restaurant in Manhattan.
Somebody went in the water and picked these by hand.
They could have died.
They probably did.
Anything underwater, you can't breathe.
Absolutely.
In this series, I'm on a mission to reveal how the USA's top seafood is sourced.
I think we're in luck. Oh my God, that's huge!
And how it gets to its final destination on your dinner table.
We got a real nice keeper here. This is a large lobster, about a 2-pounder. It's gonna be delicious.
Like MaN lobster, trapped in cages by hardworking lobstermen on day boats.
Oh my God! Wow! This one's amazing.
Each year, these waters, just off the coast of Maine, bring in over 100 million pounds of lobster that's then shipped around the country.
You separate the good and bad lobsters.
Correct.
And around the world.
How do you tell the difference between a good lobster and a bad lobster?
So,
are you looking for tattoos?
Yeah.
It's a terrible joke.
In Maine's capital, that sweet ocean meat is put to use in chilled lobster rolls.
Would you say that's a whole lobster in there?
Yeah, it's a meat from just about a 1-pound lobster in each roll.
There's like so much meat on here. There's so many claws. Should we try it out?
Oh yeah, let's go for it.
There are the blue crabs, famous in Maryland.
Oh, they're going. Look at these crabs.
Here, crabbers check hundreds of pots hoping to cash in with this valuable crustacean.
Oh my God, this thing is gigantic! Holy cow!
There's a correct way to hold them.
Look at this dude! Oh no!
The meat can be tediously plucked out by professional pickers, then stuffed inside meaty crab cakes.
We're gonna flip.
Or, if you're feeling more adventurous, soft-shell crabs can be fried up and eaten whole.
It has that leathery feel to the outside. It's flexible. It's very disconcerting.
It's got legs.
It's got legs.
In Virginia, rather than hunting down creatures of the deep, farmers have perfected the craft of cultivating oysters.
Yeah.
This multi-year process means oyster seeds go from looking like this to eventually growing to this.
Plus-sized oysters.
Plus size.
Body positivity oysters.
Finally ending up at a restaurant near you, cooked up in ways you couldn't imagine.
Tell them how many oysters we serve every year. 307,000 oysters.
Wow.
It's almost one per every person living in the city of Richmond, and maybe a couple people had 2.
And then there's Florida, a paradise for all things seafood.
Did it get much bigger than this?
Twice as big.
Here you'll find giant stone crab claws that could be worth
up to $90 in general.
For something like this?
For the colossal size, yes sir.
Mind-blowing.
Here you can find processing facilities boiling giant containers of seafood, like this 400-pound basket of spiny lobsters. A creature who competes with the MaN lobster for the title of the USA's favorite seafood.
Now for me, unequivocally, I would have to say I love them.
Why?
Okay, so first of all...
Okay, tell me.
In this series, I don't just want to eat America's finest seafood. I want to show you where it comes from.
Ah!
Standing shoulder to shoulder with fishermen who undergo backbreaking work.
You're hired. Thank you.
Just to deliver you the perfect bite.
You know, there's this trend now, if you're not cool as a white person, people might say you're not invited to the barbecue or you're not invited to the cookout.
Well, you here, man. Let me get that, please.
I'm invited.
Oh, yeah.
I'm feeling pretty cool.
From Maine to Miami, our cross-country seafood journey is about to begin right here on this dock.
Right now we're at a local harbor. There's a boat behind me, and this boat belongs to Jacob Knowles. You might be wondering who that is until you remember that. Wait, I keep seeing this guy on TikTok and Instagram and YouTube. It's that guy.
Here we have a fairly large female that's currently full of eggs.
The way he makes money is by fishing for lobster, or caging. The lobster go into a cage.
Today, I'm on a mission to learn how lobster trapping works and the labor-intensive process required to ship these guys to their final destination, whether it's across the country or across the world.
Right now, we're about to go out on this lobster boat to pull up some cages and see what we can find. Let's do this.
For me, a fervent seafood lover, coming here to the most eastern outpost of New England is an absolute dream. This cold, clean Atlantic water is home to one of the most sought-after lobsters in the world, all hand-harvested from small day boats by independent lobstermen with special licenses.
Jacob?
Just like Jacob Knowles.
Put her there.
Nice to meet you.
You are a lobsterman. Is that what it's called?
Lobster fisherman, lobsterman, either one.
What's this place like?
I would say it's pretty old-fashioned.
How is it different from the rest of the USA?
We kind of got left back in time.
Maine, sparsely populated with only 1.4 million, is dotted with historic buildings, cozy towns, and more lighthouses than you could shake a stick at.
Especially in the fishing world, the average age of fishermen is 55 years old. Generational family driven. I'm 5th generation.
And for 5 generations, you've been able to do that, and there's still enough lobster.
Yeah, and that's thanks to the sustainability measures that are in place for it.
Soon, I'll be tasting one of Jacob's largest catches. But snagging these lobsters in the Gulf of Maine isn't just about casting a net and counting your bounty. Many of them are illegal to keep.
All right, so we're pulling up to the first buoy. On each buoy, we have 2 lobster traps. They're all baited. They're sitting on bottom. We're going to pull them up and see what's in them.
Do you even remember how old you were the first time you got on a boat?
No, I don't. It was probably 4 or 5 with my dad.
It's just you've been doing it your actual entire life.
My entire life.
It's like on America's Got Talent when girls are like, I've been dancing since I was 2. But for you, maybe so.
Yeah, grew up doing it. We got a few lobsters. This is the first trap. This is what we would call the header. These are pairs. And here comes the tailer. We got a real nice keeper here. This is a large lobster, about a 2-pounder. Fantastic eating lobster. So on a typical day, we start much earlier than this, 3:30 in the morning, and we have 800 traps stay in the water all the time, and we just go out. We pull 400 traps in each rotation. We bring our catch back in and sell it at the end of the day. It's just day trips. We don't do any kind of trip fishing. We've got a real large female. So in Maine, we actually can't keep them when they get too big. This one's probably a keeper. It's very close. We'll have to measure it to find out.
In 1872, Maine set the standard with a suite of regulations to safeguard its precious lobster populations. These same measures are still enforced today.
So I can quickly tell that most of these are too short.
There are strict size limits.
They all go back.
The traps themselves must be equipped with escape vents and biodegradable panels.
In the rare event a trap is lost, these hog rings will rust out, this door will open, and it will let everything in the trap out.
Then there's the V-notch, a way of marking females who will be the future mothers of tomorrow's lobster catch.
She's a proven breeder, so we must let her go. This is one of many things that keeps fishery so sustainable.
Jacob launched his TikTok journey 3 years ago, breaking down the ins and outs of lobster trapping.
Somebody's already given her a notch. If you've been watching my shorts, you probably learned that the notch is a way to protect them.
Now he has millions of followers, and he's even been featured in the New York Times. Though he's become an internet sensation, he hasn't left the sea behind.
I'm going to open it up, attempt to take out each species that's inside of here. I'm going to start with this little guy. Oh, yes!
Sumptum appear 02254744 says, hello valuable streamer, I verify that you have few followers, viewers, and users who are not very active in the chat. You have a qualified channel promoter. I will get involved in your channel to gain massive followers and a wide audience to affiliate with. If you are already affiliated, I will work so that you can verify and start earning $50 every hour of streaming. Trust me, no bot. Contact me on Discord as Sumptum appear 0.
Those are very nice, yeah.
Talking about size, it's a female.
She's got no knot.
So far we're okay. What about the length?
Along with 3 1/4, they also can't be over 5 inches. That's the other side of our measure.
That's my wife's requirements for me.
Yeah, 5 inches is very large. So, just barely legal. This is actually a keeper.
Really?
She's actually a hard shell. She's going to taste much different than a soft-shelled lobster.
Much different.
The soft shells are much sweeter. I actually very much prefer the soft-shelled lobsters.
Most of us, when we're eating a lobster in a restaurant around the country, are we eating a hard shell or a soft shell?
Almost always you're eating a hard shell because they're durable. They survive shipping much better. Soft shells aren't able to survive shipping. We can't ship a soft shell to Florida.
I just feel so ripped off right now.
Yeah, well, you're going to get to experience right here, right out of the ocean.
You've got some?
This one right here is a nice soft shell.
Next, Jacob's preparing a meal fit for royalty, dining on fresh lobster from trap to table. The star of the show, this barely legal hard shell. And some softies too, all steamed the fisherman's way, using salty ocean water.
Obviously, you know the nuance of lobster. You live here, you fish for them, you eat it often?
I eat it probably 5 or 6 times a year, usually just for occasions. My wife likes them, so whenever she wants them, I bring them home. I don't eat them for myself necessarily. I do enjoy them though.
Yeah, don't what? Don't smoke your own supply?
Don't get high on your own supply.
After 12 minutes, it's time to take a look.
These ones are definitely done. We got a big one in here that we're going to give him 5 more minutes.
Meanwhile, Jacob whips up a local lobster dipping sauce.
Here's a little trick. We actually add vinegar to the butter. This is top secret. Don't tell anybody. The vinegar adds great flavor to the butter and kind of cuts it. In my opinion, it's much better.
In the future, Jacob aims to pivot his online presence into a full-time gig.
He's hot.
While making lobster fishing the side gig. But for now, he's sticking to what he knows best.
When I said I wanted to try this giant, nearly 4-pound lobster, you said nasty.
It does.
Why?
From what I hear, they are much less sweet.
Hold on, you're saying nasty, but you don't even know for sure.
You want to bet? $5?
Well, okay.
It's not going to be nasty, but it's not going to be like these.
All right, let's try it out.
The first thing we do is separate the tail from the body, separate the tail flippers from the tail. We have a hole right here in the back. Push your finger right in the hole. Work good.
Ooh.
There's a big tail.
That was like a magic button you pressed. Oh, what's that part you're taking off now?
It's covering the poop shoots. We can eat it, but this is the more preferred part of the tail. Let's try it plain.
Cheers.
Cheers. It tastes good.
I still like it.
I'm surprised at how good it tastes.
It's pretty sweet. It's on the edge of being tough, but not too tough. Slightly stringy, not too stringy.
Let's try a shot.
That was our benchmark. Now we're gonna try one of these.
You'll notice that the tail has much less meat in it.
You take one tail, I take one tail. Ready?
Ready.
Let's go for it.
You can taste the sweetness.
You can taste the innocence. It's so young. Oh, that's so delicious.
Very good.
Clean, sweet, fatty, and just a wonderful texture. What I want to try next is the butter, which you have mixed with vinegar, which is something I've never tried before.
Yeah.
Let's go for it.
That's the best.
What?
That's my favorite.
That is super unique.
I don't feel like it takes away from the flavor of the lobster either.
Not at all. Yeah, it elevates the flavor of the butter.
For sure.
That's really nice.
Really good. My favorite part of the lobster is actually the claw. You can pull the knuckles right out. More tender meat.
That is much more akin to like a crab leg.
Much more like crab meat.
What's next?
With the pincher claw, we're actually going to have to break it. There we go. There's a piece for you. That's my favorite bite right there.
Thank you. I'm excited. Let's
do it.
Give a little bit of a dip.
I thought you loved me.
Bliss.
Is that your favorite part too?
That's nirvana. I went to a new level of food heaven.
That's great.
Oh, that's fantastic. I just had this thought, like, you know, if a Mormon knocked on your door and then they were like, taste this, and then you're like, oh my God, and they're like, you could have that for eternity. I'd be like, where do I sign? Just a moment of perfection.
We can have more moments.
I can have more moments. This is incredible.
All you can eat buffet.
It's raining and I don't even care.
Even with today's abundant harvest, not all of these lobsters are considered good. Next, we're headed to a facility where I'll learn what makes a bad lobster and the tragic story of where they end up.
Victor, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Now, I'm told this is a processing facility for lobsters, but then I was also told the lobsters come here, they're alive. When they leave,
They're alive.
they're also alive. What kind of processing is happening here?
Much of Maine's live lobster haul heads to facilities like Lobster Trap.
Do you pay them? Who pays them?
We pay them.
These centers can process up to 600,000 pounds of lobster at a time, and they can store 200,000 pounds of live lobster, holding them for up to 3 months depending on market demand.
If you have overrun in the wintertime, same thing in the fall. We'll put lobsters in, we feed them, take care of them.
I like you say take care of them. Like take them for walks,
Yeah.
give them medicine.
No medicine.
A lobster pound is designed to emulate the natural environment of the crustaceans until they're ready to go to market.
Victor,
Hello.
We're inside now, right here behind me. It's a giant pool. It's full of baskets of lobster.
We're gonna pull out, we get what we call a basic boat run. We then segregate whether it's a good lobster or a processed lobster.
What makes a bad lobster?
Something that is not uniform to what you'd want to see on a dinner plate.
Because the claws are different sizes?
Correct.
What happened there?
He could have lost that years ago. Of course, they do regrow their claws, so he's not up to speed yet. Same thing with like this one.
Okay, I could have figured this one out. What do they consider this?
A pistol.
Well, he's got one arm. The bad lobsters, where do they go?
A lot of times they go to Canada, depending on what's happening, where they'll actually be broken
Take that,
down.
Canada. You can have our crappy lobsters. We're keeping the good ones.
They actually process them down into meat format where they can go in stews or they can go into sushi.
Somewhere where you don't have to see their disgusting one-clawed body.
Correct.
I had no idea there were so many deformed lobsters crawling around on the ocean floor because all you ever get to see are the beautiful ones.
On the flip side, the good lobsters are meticulously sorted into 7 weight categories.
This would be like 3.5.
Those tipping the scales at over 2 pounds are labeled select, and they fetch the highest prices.
Where are you shipping these?
All around the world. We have an office in Spain and Holland, Vietnam, Germany, Berlin. Some of that will go air freight, some of it will go by truck.
So some are flown?
Yes.
Wild.
There's a lot of labor of love behind these in order to get this all around the world.
From here, I'm going to ship myself to a nearby restaurant to try some of this lobster right here in Maine.
Yeah.
There could be nothing better than eating lobster at a restaurant that was voted best of Portland. Here, they've won best waterfront dining, best deck, and most important, best lobster roll.
First of all, very happy to be here. I'm excited because I'm from Minnesota, far from an ocean.
Very far.
So in my head, I thought, well, we're not really a bunch of a seafood country, but it's like, oh wait, maybe that's because I live super far from both oceans. But you grew up in Maine.
I did.
There's a lot of seafood.
There is.
Among their top sellers, the classic steamed lobster with corn, a savory clam roll with plenty of fried clam, and the legendary lobster roll, of which they sell an impressive 600 portions daily. And I'm about to make it 601. But first, I want to whet my appetite with another Maine specialty.
This is clam chowder.
New England clam chowder.
Iconic.
First, marry salted butter and chopped pork together, then stir until it turns golden brown.
Something I've wanted to try my whole life. I mean, I've had Campbell's New England clam chowder? How would this compare?
Add minced onions and celery, then anchovies, garlic, more salted butter, and stir.
They kind of made clam chowder, the idea of clam chowder, what it is. So when people come and they're looking for a clam chowder, they're looking for that thick consistency.
Next, keep adding all-purpose flour and mix until the blend becomes thick.
Actually, a traditional chowder is a thin soup.
Oh, okay.
We're giving the people what they want.
Now pour in chopped clam that's been boiling with tomatoes.
Isn't that heartbreaking?
It is a little bit.
I don't go to China and expect to see a cream cheese wonton.
Yeah.
Do you still like this?
I love it. I like both.
Both good, just different.
Yes.
Toss in clam juice, mix, diced potatoes, mix, then add salt, white pepper, dried parsley, basil, and half. Finally, some scallions to top it off.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, it's a wonderful combination of textures. Mushy potato, and the clam is super chewy, but it's a wonderful chewiness. You kind of like chewing the flavor out of it. The potato chunks feel like more fresh. Am I comparing it to Campbell's right now? What type of clam are you using?
These are just like a
run-of-the-mill clam.
Yeah, there's places pretty close that you can dig clams right out of the ocean. One of my coworkers was just telling me about digging with their toes. I don't think that's how they're doing it for these ones.
Okay, I hope not. How long have you lived here?
I've lived in Portland for 17 years, but I've lived in Maine my whole life.
When we first came here, I was really excited. I'm still excited, but I was told this is the biggest city in Maine. And I pictured, wow, like futuristic metropolis. And then I looked it up, 65,000 people.
Yeah.
So what is the personality of Portland?
It's a foodie city. People are passionate about cooking here. We have access to beautiful seafood. We have a great farmland here as well. Fresh veggies, foraged foods, and things like that. We have beef farms. We have dairy farms. We have potatoes. We have blueberries. We have a lot to offer food-wise. So for someone who enjoys cooking, it's awesome.
So the tourists who do come here, what are they after?
Seafood.
What foods are most tourists after when they come here?
I mean, I think lobster, probably.
After our freshly boiled lobster has been chilled, they meticulously extract the succulent meat from the tails to the tips of the claws. A crisp lettuce leaf nestles inside a toasted bun, cradling the chilled lobster. Add a drizzle of melted butter, served up with a side of golden fries, and this coastal indulgence is at its best.
Would you say that's a whole lobster in there?
Yeah, it's a meat from just about a 1 pound lobster in each roll.
Joining Carissa and me, Portland Lobster Company owner Ethan Morgan.
So you have this great combination of temperatures, actually. You have the roll, which is hot, it's still steaming, and then all the lobster inside is chilled.
Yeah.
You do have some butter on the side just in case if people want it.
Yeah, you got to try it. It adds just a little salt, adds a little bit more to it.
Take it to the next level.
And that's really all you need.
It's so fresh, it's so clean, it's sweet, it's fatty. I love it. What got you into this business?
I came here to pour beers 20 years ago during college. That was it. I was going to spend one summer here on the coast, just fell in love with it.
What's interesting to me about not just Portland, but Maine is it has a small town feel. Everyone feels very connected. Everyone knows everybody, especially within this very prominent industry. Everybody knows some lobstermen, people who work in processing areas, people who are selling the final product. I guess one of my big questions is the people actually catching the lobster. Are they getting a raw deal? Because it seems like we have so many middlemen in so many industries, and it's never like, oh, the farmers increase their prices again. No, it's always like everyone else increases their prices.
Yeah.
The lobster is still $5 a pound.
The lobstermen work really hard. They're the ones that are out there 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, going out setting traps, working all hours of the day to bring in not a whole lot.
You've been doing this for a long time. What are the biggest challenges you face or that other lobstermen face?
There's a lot of times throughout the year where the fishing is poor, and during those times we're limited to how far we can kind of explore and search for lobsters. We just kind of got to wait and grind it out, and during those times it becomes pretty tedious. And then the backbreaking work obviously is very physical labor. My father, my grandfather, by the time they're 40, 50 years old, their bodies are worn out.
Jeez.
Yeah.
The tourist market here in the state drives some of the price for sure, but a lot of it is driven by processing houses. A couple of months ago, we'd start sourcing our own lobsters. Ultimately, the goal is be able to work with a handful of lobstermen that we know, and then we can pay them a fair amount more to cut out that middleman. It's a pretty touchy subject here in the state for sure.
Why is this a sensitive topic?
So the boats are coming in, they're selling to a pound, they're selling them on to somebody else. Everybody's tacking on 20 cents, 30 cents here and there. It's not that anybody is necessarily gouging, it's just that it's an expensive process too.
Right.
You're trying to keep an animal alive, and that takes an awful lot of resources to do. So when it gets to the table, you're seeing a fairly high price that isn't necessarily reflected on the boat.
What do you think is the future for the lobster industry here?
Fishermen that are off the coast of Maine, they recognize that this is the industry for the state. They recognize that it is their bread and butter, and they're very good at self-sustaining. They're setting their own regulations, and it's been a model of sustainability. That's something that more money needs to be driven to right now as we do start looking at warming waters. Things I'm sure you learned the other day about V-notching, trap excluders, everything like that. They're not going to be overfishing.
Our East Coast Seafood Tour takes us from Portland, Maine, all the way down to the Big Apple. Here, you'll find one of the world's biggest seafood markets, second in size only to Tsukiji Market in Japan.
This is Fulton Fish Market in New York City, and it is 3 a.m. This is the earliest call time I've ever had in my life. What is it with fish people being nocturnal?
This central seafood hub means that delightful creatures from near and far end up in New York City's best restaurants. From affordable, pick-your-own-fish Greek joints.
Greek seafood. How is it different from any other type of seafood preparation?
To Michelin-rated restaurants with some of the most expensive seafood menus in the city.
Fish and seafood, they're difficult to work with compared to steak, pork. In spite of that, why do you choose to have such a heavy focus on fish and seafood here?
But before we dine, we gotta go get some fish.
What time does this place get cracking in the morning? Because it's 3 a.m. and it's going at a pretty good clip right now.
Yeah, 1 o'clock, the pallets start dropping, ice starts getting thrown on the fish, and the buyers start rolling in.
In 1822, Manhattan witnessed the inception of Fulton Fish Market, renowned as one of the oldest seafood markets in the USA.
The Brooklyn Bridge, built over the market 65 years after starting out.
The market's relocation to the Bronx in 2005 expanded its footprint to 400,000 square feet, securing its position as the world's second largest seafood market. In 2013, they went digital, letting folks from all over America snag their favorite seafoods.
The co-op, which is the Fulton Fish Market, is 20-some individually family-run businesses, some of which are 6th generation, predates the U.S. Civil War. They all have direct connections with the fishermen. The fishermen go out, they catch, and they know to send it here. They get paid immediately, and we sell it.
Boasting annual sales exceeding $1 billion and a remarkable daily turnover of 13 to 15 million pounds of seafood, this market consistently amazes even the most frequent patrons. Right now, I'm hunting down the juiciest, most exotic ocean treasure I can find. Treasure that I'll soon bring to 2 vastly different restaurants where I'll see how they treat this meat. And Bobby here has a very promising offer.
Bobby, put her there. I feel like I'm gonna die. It's so goddamn cold in here. It's like 32 in here? 30. Below freezing. I like it.
Starting out as a clam digger, Bobby developed a deep affection for the fish market he once provided for. After over 5 decades of selling experience, he's now a tuna expert.
Where do you think the best tuna in the world comes from?
I would have to say the Northeast, right here, this time of year. The Japanese might disagree that they have a certain area where they like their tuna better, but you really can't beat this.
Can we try it out?
Sure. So if this was a bluefin tuna, this belly would be like that fat. And that's where you get your otoro, chutoro.
Oh, that looks fantastic. Cheers.
Go for it. You can taste the fat. Feel the fat?
It tastes amazing. The only thing missing is some sake.
Well, I have some scotch upstairs. But,
it's very rich, oily, but a very neutral flavor. I love it.
This is a local big eye tuna. So this is the loin. This would be the akami, the red meat. So you can see the fat down here by the skin. That's toward the outside of the fish. The fish has to keep itself warm.
I keep my fat on the outside too.
Cheers. Again, the fat, first thing that hits you, more flavor, more pronounced, I think.
Definitely more flavor to it. Less fat, cold, clean, beautiful. I love it. I want to ask you a couple questions about New York City. Around the USA, some cities are known as seafood cities. Is New York City a seafood city?
I think so. The culture has been that they eat things from the ocean and from the streams and estuaries around New York City. Back in the 20s, and even before that, the average New Yorker ate 600 oysters a year.
Now you can buy like a car with that much money. Has the world of seafood in New York City changed a lot from the time you started?
Oh, definitely. When I started in 1972, there wasn't that much imports. There wasn't farmed salmon either. So now, of course, we get fish from everywhere, and I mean everywhere, every continent, even Antarctica. And as the culture of the city changes, they bring their cultural tastes also. So everything comes in.
Tuna sashimi is amazing, but I'm craving a more unconventional and intriguing seafood. Pioneer vendor Warren may have just the thing.
Warren, put her there.
How are you?
Pleasure seeing you this early this morning. I stopped here because you have a fish I've never seen before. Now, I have seen a pomfret, but every time I've seen a pomfret, it's about this big. And then I come here, I'm told it's the same type of fish, at least the same species, but it's gigantic. Can I pick it up?
Please.
This is the biggest pomfret I've ever seen in my life.
Pomfret are a family of deep-sea dwellers scattered around the globe. This fella is an Atlantic pomfret, stretching up to 40 inches and diving as deep as 3,300 feet below the surface.
You know, it's a deep, deep fish, so the density of the meat is really tight, so it's going to take to anything you do. What we'll do is we'll fillet one for you, and we'll show you. It's a really nice, tight, translucent meat, has a nice oil, and has a nice flavor platform.
Well, let's slice her open.
Yeah, let's do it. The fish is from Munchies, North Carolina, and it's kind of a bycatch, but it's really a treat. We don't see it all season long. It's only a certain part of the year that we really get into. As you can see, a beautiful, nice, thin bloodline. That's something that would look great in the sushi bar.
I'd eat that.
You're going to.
Oh, yes. Oh, it's almost irony. And you're right, very dense, but cold, fresh, delicious. I love it.
Intrigued by the giant pomfret's potential, I'm packing it up as a surprise gift for Spiro, the maestro of this town's favorite wallet-friendly seafood stop. So, will he love and accept my seafood offering?
Have you cooked one of these before?
No, I haven't.
Or simply show me the door?
I think he hates the pomfret.
Beyond your ordinary Greek eatery, Astoria Seafood is a 2-in-1 restaurant with no menu, a bring-your-own-bottle policy, and an open floor for spontaneous live performances. But I'd be lost without the guidance of second-generation owner Spiro.
Can you tell me in just a couple sentences, what is the concept behind this restaurant?
It's really a retail market / restaurant. So you come in, buy fish, take it home, cook it at home, or you could actually tell us what you want to do with it, and we make it for you.
I know you don't usually do this, but I brought my own fish. It's right here in this cooler. I'm going to show you that soon to see if it's something you think you could work with.
Okay.
You've heard of a pomfret, right?
Pomfret, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is a freaking giant pomfret.
Okay.
A huge one.
See that?
Have you ever seen one this big?
I've seen them that big, yeah.
Oh, okay. For me, it's a first. Have you cooked one of these before?
No, I haven't, but it looks like it's a dark, more oily-based fish, and those are usually my favorite.
Are you up for the challenge?
Sure.
My pomfret is destined for 2 Greek-style dishes. For our first dish, the pomfret fillets go through a 4-step skincare routine with salt, pepper, garlic, and secret spices.
Greek seafood. How is it different from any other type of seafood preparation?
It's a Mediterranean swing on it. It grills probably the biggest thing that we do. It's done with virgin olive oil and fresh garlic, oregano, salt, pepper, lemon.
Then they relax on the grill until their skin is tan and crispy.
What are some of the most classic fish that you serve here?
There's a bunch that are local, a bunch from South America, also from the Mediterranean. There's a bronzino, black sea bass, red snapper. All those fish are beautiful fish.
The grilled pomfret's fillets are dressed up with garlic, oil, asparagus, broccoli, onion, tomato, and vinegar.
Pleasure. Very nice to meet you. How does this look to you?
Excellent.
Joining us at the table, Spiro's father and founder of Astoria Seafood, Vasilis.
We can do it kind of family style, right?
Yes, yeah.
We all dig in. This is one of the thickest fillets I've ever seen in my life. Cheers.
Nice.
That's delicious.
First time I'm eating pomfret. It has a very good texture.
Yeah, it's very soft, it's very flaky, and the seasoning is incredible. What's interesting is, early this morning at Fulton Market, I tried the raw version of this fish. It tasted like blood. It was very irony, but now that flavor completely gone.
Like I said, this is the first time I've had pomfret, and I think it's not bad at all.
In New York, that's a compliment, right?
Yeah, no, it's a very good fish.
For our second dish, pomfret fillets are rubbed down with salt, pepper, garlic, some secret spices, and a garlic marinade. Then they're sandwiched between 2 layers of fresh onion, tomato, and bell pepper. Our chef tops it off with loads of feta cheese and an olive oil lemon mixture, then tosses the plate in the oven.
I don't think I've ever had cheese melted on a fillet unless it was a filet-o-fish.
A lot of people ain't crazy about it.
You kind of like it?
I enjoy it. Delicious.
That's really good. These are the flavors I think of when I think Mediterranean. It's so fresh. You got the lemon, the olive oil, the fresh vegetables. It's really incredible. I like the cheese a lot. It adds a little personality.
But this sexy dish isn't enough to hold back my temptation to add even more to the table. So Spiro has nominated Best in Show a black sea bass.
Black sea bass is a local fish from the ocean. It's a nice fish. It's fatty.
And what's the best way? Do you like score it and fry it, or you grill it?
No, we just grill it whole.
Our second fish for today's meal is gutted and clean. Next, it's flavored with salt, pepper, garlic, and homemade spices before being grilled whole. While the fish sizzles, I learn more about Vasilis.
So, you were born in Greece. When did you come to the USA?
1968. I left the Greece for a better life. Well, the United States always is better, you know?
Between the 1950s and 1970s, Greece experienced an exodus of over 1 million.
Rains and says.
Aftermath of
Hello homie, I had a great joy when I came across your channel and game style, and I will love to be a friend and be the help of your channel to be top rated and well known and get affiliated. If you don't mind, kindly add me up on Discord Rainsino.
Hell yeah,
After
top
arriving in the
rated.
USA, Vasilis continued his family's traditional job as a fisherman.
Did you find a better life here?
It's okay, sure. Make a big family, a lot of grandchildren.
12 years ago, he retired and opened Astoria Seafood.
Right here we have the sea bass. Where do I start?
My favorite is the neck part, which is this piece here. This is the clean meat up on top, no bones, no nothing.
Try it out. That's really nice.
It's got a fatty skin, it's got a fatty texture, has a little more character.
I agree. A little bit more flavor to the meat, less neutral. It's a bold flavor. A little bit more oily, a little bit more fatty. It's almost smoky a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good fish.
Can you find food like this all around Astoria?
You'll find good food. You know, Astoria is a huge melting pot around the 70s and 80s. Astoria was primarily Greek, but now you have maybe 150 different countries, people coming in and out of here, you know, from Vietnamese to Italian to Greek to Egyptian to Moroccan. You have all the cultures in one area.
I still have a lot to learn about New York, but it seems like it makes sense initially when a city like this comes together that in the beginning people would tightly cluster with those who they know, those with whom they share a language and culture and customs and so on. But by the third generation, they're just American. What do you think about the future of Astoria is going to be likely less and less Greek?
Well, I think it's lost a lot of its identity from back in the days, but it's just turning into something a little bit more world-oriented. Our kids grew up with all different cultures. I grew up with all different people. It's just a beautiful thing.
So, no issue, no qualms?
No qualms. That's progress. That's evolution. That's neighborhood.
Our most expensive seafood meal takes place in the world's most expensive metropolis, Manhattan. And right now, I'm headed to a restaurant with one of New York's most expensive tasting menus.
Your tasting menu is $298 per person. How do we get to that price?
With me, an offering, my final mystery seafood from Fulton Fish Market. But will it meet the standards of this 2 Michelin star chef?
Chef, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
How you feeling?
Really, really good.
I wish I could say the same. I woke up at 1:50 this morning so I could smell like fish.
Chef James Kent is the conductor in this 2 Michelin starred restaurant known as Saga. His menu is a symphony of European techniques, harmonizing with global flavors and inspiration, with seafood playing a prominent role.
For you, what is the biggest challenge in sourcing good quality seafood?
Seafood is almost always bad. And I say that because it has a life, and every fishmonger has this depreciating asset that they got fish to sell. So like even our best fish purveyor, we need to hold their feet to the fire. Like when they send whole fish, you'll see the eyes are clear, and they probably showed you why it is a pristine ingredient. If you like order it filleted, they find the worst fish and fillet and give it to you to see if they'll slip it through.
Well, today I'm the one who is delivering ingredients to you. I see you've got some sea urchins. I've never seen sea urchins like this. It looks like it's grass growing on them instead of these spiky needles. Where do these come from?
So they're diver caught in Massachusetts. They dive down and they dig in and they grab them, they pick them off, bring them up, they'll clean them off. They're excellent, actually. They're very good.
So what do you think of these? The quality of these ones that I brought you today?
I think they look good.
I've had sea urchins in Tokyo. Didn't love them. Felt like they were really metallic tasting at the end. But then I tried them again in Vietnam. I tried them in the Faroe Islands. Loved it. Very different flavor. Here, these are from Massachusetts. So should we break into some of these and see how they taste?
So this is the reproductive organ of this. They look like little caviar. That is like a waste product. I've never eaten this before.
I probably accidentally have. It smells really neutral, which I guess is what you want, right?
This is a good thing. You don't want stuff to smell fishy. Smells fishy means that it's old.
Cheers.
Creamy.
Super creamy.
Not that minerally stuff you're talking about.
No, this might be the best one I've ever had.
Only in New York.
This is really good because it's just about that fatty taste and feeling, and there's not a lot of excess baggage to go with it. That is really good. All right, note to self, start cleaning my uni.
The sea urchin is set to become one element in a collection of many coming together to shape the Kento box, a bento box reimagined by Chef Kent.
I love the idea about breaking bread. Especially at this level, traditional fine dining restaurants, they give you one thing, it's perfect, you eat it, and you go away. And then for us, a lot of the things that we do is very much like this. This is shared. And it sits in the center of the table, and you fight over things. But you're like, yeah, I'm hungry.
I'll take a whole box.
This vibrant box encourages you to embrace spontaneity. Select any item that appeals to you and savor it in your own unique way.
There's some fat, beautiful scallops.
This is XO sauce. So there's a little bit of spice, and this is a crab jelly.
Only in New York.
That first bite was amazing. scallop is perfectly cooked, almost like melting on my tongue. The XO sauce has a nice punch to it, a little bit of heat, really good.
Served as the intro to a 7-course tasting menu, this edible work of art reflects the culmination of multiple days of preparation for every single component, plus Chef India's painstakingly meticulous assembly.
So there's a bottom and a top for each box. Top is for the fish, the bottom is for the veg. So this is the sweet potato compressed in olive oil, orange peel, salt, and then we cook it in the sous vide and then it gets fried. The sweet potato chips, we toss in a little bit of cilantro powder.
So what is this base right here?
It's a strudel waffle with chive.
All right, hit it with some uni, hit it with some of that salmon, egg, throw it back.
Every day I look at you and I think
That's awesome.
I must have done.
What kind of fish is right here?
The white is escalar, and then the snapper.
Is this seaweed, right?
Nori. And this is when it gets fun. You throw one of these on here.
Hit it with some eggs.
Yeah, you switch it up.
Oh.
Dude, there's no wrong way. This is the first thing I've eaten all day.
Me too, except for I had Subway for lunch. But it was like a high-end Subway. Your tasting menu is $298 per person. How do we get to that price?
Initially, when we opened this restaurant, we looked at other restaurants in New York that we playing in the same pool with. So we basically landed at that price point. And then we backed all the food to make sure that the business worked.
And so that's been working.
Yeah, we're doing good. We fooled everyone.
Our final dish, plucked from the tasting menu, is a ramen-inspired soup crafted personally by Chef Kent. He extracts a glistening fish steak from a shining red snapper.
Fish and seafood, they're difficult to work with compared to steak, pork. In spite of that, why do you choose to have such a heavy focus on fish and seafood here?
You know, it shows skill. Like to cook a delicate piece of fish where you cook it over just by a few seconds. Man, I get so sad when someone messes up food because like, yo, this fish was swimming in the ocean, living its life, chilling. And I'm like, yo, you fucked it up. And now we can throw it away.
It deserved more.
When I die, I want them to cure my leg and like slice like prosciutto.
Grilled with a whisper of salt, the snapper steak becomes the centerpiece, harmonizing with a cured quail egg, a decadent cube of foie gras, mung bean noodles, and a slice of pickled radish. The dish enters the table with a steaming pork broth on the side.
It smells amazing. Where should we start?
I would start with the broth. That foie fat, that pork.
Yeah, it's rich, savory, and a little sour too.
Yeah, we like acid.
The snapper's incredible. And it's very salty on top in a good way. The texture is really impressive. It kind of melts in your mouth. Not so different from that scallop. Oh my god, I'm gonna eat these noodles here.
So it's a mung bean noodle. It's not like a pole noodle, so it's not like a spaghetti or like a traditional like ramen noodle where it has like that like bite, that tooth. You know, it's a little more.
Very delicate. Somewhat similar to our rice noodle in how it's delicate and it soaks up that broth right away. Really good. I want to ask, this restaurant has 2 Michelin stars.
Yeah.
Was that always the goal?
Any accolade is a byproduct of a great restaurant. Do I think we have the ability to get 3 stars at some point? I do. Would I want that? 100%. Is that the goal? That is not necessarily the goal. The goal is to create the best restaurant we can. For me, I'm like, we are going to be a great fucking restaurant, and we're going to do the thing we've all done our whole career at a high level.
But let me ask that though, as a standalone question. If you get the 3, what happens next?
We keep it 3. You know, at the end of the day, the mission doesn't change. We just create a badass fucking restaurant. Like, what's the best that we can do in this space?
Chef?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Let's go.
Appreciate it.
Amazing.
Let's go white.
Our East Coast cross-country seafood journey continues as we leave New York City Fish Market and head southward to Maryland. Here, blue crabs are a point of pride and a huge part of this state's culinary identity.
You can eat crab cakes all year round, but if your friend likes you, they will have a crab feast with you.
These frigid waters promote fat-filled crabs, resulting in a rich, decadent bite. But getting your hands on those decadent crabs is not so easy.
Just kidding. I think it was never.
Give me a shot and I'll shine like the sun.
Maryland blue crab from the ocean floor.
You know anybody who's ever lost a finger?
I know what you're looking for.
The processing.
I'm in.
How do you know if there's any shell in there? What do you have, like an X-ray?
On that tourist, you'll have to pay.
Right here. It's got legs sticking out. I love it.
And it all starts.
This is your champion.
Good squad means good wins, means good times.
Just normal humans who catch crabs.
Here we go. Ready to explore over there. Attention. Poison regardless. First blood. Should have seen that coming.
Even my tail aches. Some heal will do the trick. Who's over here?
Need to recharge. Spotted.
Walking target over here.
Opening fire. Making contact with enemy. Target over there.
Even my tail aches. Some heal will do the trick. Setting my fallback.
Reloading. Need to recharge my shields. Contact with hostile. Open door. Here. Enemy shield broken.
Shields recharged. I've been downed.
You lost. I won. Did you expect a different outcome?
Larger crabs hit the market as big sharks, so a full crabs. Meanwhile, the more humble-sized crabs are sent to a processing facility where their meat is extracted. Chesapeake Grand Seafood sends about 6,000 crabs chock-full of oceanic delights every single day. First, piles of crabs are cooked all the way through. Once boiled, something of treasure within is meticulously extracted by the hands of skilled pickers. Meals are sorted by grade, then packaged, shipped, and prepared to undertake capture, sorting all the way to USA. But if you find yourself in the crab utopia this barely, it would be a culinary transgression not to savor this week's quintessential crab cake. And what better way to elevate the experience than by enjoying it on a boat with the captain?
Let me tell you a sad story. When I was
The right.
Gold goes so well with a diamond like me.
with maybe the soul of a crab, I'm not best crab cakes I think I've ever seen.
Introducing your champion.
Crab cakes are not a bunch of filler. We're gonna add J.O. crab cakes.
Replicator there. Let's add to our collection of loot. I bet that's a good spot. Woman's intuition.
Let's go in hot and land there.
I say we land here.
Let's find something good.
Woohoo! Is that how I do it?
Beginning the countdown. First blood.
Great. I am repairing myself. First blood on the enemy.
Not used to taking bodies off the ground. Hold on.
Attention.
Repairing.
I'm down. Hold on. I'm gonna save.
We should go this way.
Let's explore this way.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Gonna get rough as guts. Choice.
Battery, check. Vitals, check.
Introducing your champion. Your death will come with speed and precision. That is the skill of a pilot.
Land there, scoundrels. Time for him at this. Time we tear it apart.
First blood. Now the game's really starting. Nimble. Enemy lander close by.
R99 here. Enemy over there.
Doubling my fun.
Triple K here.
We're already into the next ring. Are we playing wisely?
Rival there. Way in the distance. Attention. Evo harvesters attack there.
Extended sniper mag here. Level 3.
is off the ground. Our friends banner.
Healing up. Getting a bit of high water.
Shields recharging.
Recharging my shield, Sandy.
Using meds. Last one down, and that's not enough.
Sweet as you. They are on the murder bug. Package dropping in for dinner.
Chosen upgrade. I'm itching to use it. Gotta hop up here. Gun shield generator.
I bloody want it. Half the team are down. Have to go. Red light here later. Wonder what the play was. There's a death box by me. A champion show. And I'm not thrilled to whoever did that. I'm kidding. Or Anna.
We should go there. I got them.
Boy, go in there. Got a rotten bloody egg over there. Heat shield here. You could say I played a key part in their creation.
Got a fallback plan in place.
Got extra supplies here, if you're into that sort of thing. I need energy ammo. Rolling that way.
Replicator here. This will do if we can't loot a body. Medkit here.
Thank you. I'm crafting something. Somebody.
Attention. The kill leader has been eliminated.
You hear that over there? Sounds like eats to me.
Energy ammo. Extended energy mag here. Level 2. Energy
Mind if I
ammo
take
here.
it? Thanks.
Simon, goy!
Arm up, cuzzies. Got some goodies for ya. Optics here. Standard stock here. Level 2. You kill leader? Only thing they're leading is survey beacon here.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown. Attention. Delivering replicator.
Replicator coming down. got a target over there. Shield battery here.
Fallback plan all set. Hear that? Enemies there. Saw a mark over there.
It'd be a good idea to go there.
Care package being delivered.
Miharo, care package dropping by for dinner. The supply bin has been opened.
Boy, let's move there.
Smell a rotten egg over there. Dust and human form there. Wipe them out.
I'm at max level. Oh, it's time to turn up the mess. Chose an upgrade. I'm itching to use it.
Two enemy squads still breathing.
Could be fun over
Clear out
here.
their way. Havoc here.
My beautiful void nexus is no more.
Standard stock here.
Target over
Level
there.
Laser sight here. Level 3.
Got a fallback set.
I'm using a void nexus. What are the odds it takes me home?
Attention. Loot bins have been restocked.
Right there. Put 'em up. Enemy there. Use that void nexus.
Recharging my shield. One sec. Charging my shields, Cuzzy.
Play. Phoenix kit. 45 seconds. The ring's pretty close.
Ring close in 30. Nearly there, though. Bits to be near. Having a geeze over there.
Head over there.
Go ahead. Taking shots here. Pick me up.
Wait, care package over there.
Get back to getting here. Ring close in 10. We're nearly there. Recharging my shields. One sec. Ring's moving and we don't seem to be in it.
With the right moves, it takes a spin.
It's time to impress.
That's a risk you'll have to take.
Introducing your champion.
You know what I look like. Come find me. Here we go. Ready up. Let's go over there.
Think Dibbler.
Attention. First blood.
First blood. Chaos begins. Firing. Reloading. Shields recharging. You're on our fire.
Enemy shield broken.
Recharging shields.
The ring's closing in one.
There's a new kill leader making things messy. Reloading. Enemy shield. Sneaking.
I need help.
Reloading. Hold on. Recharging shields.
Consider yourself lucky. There are more creative ways to die.
Hostile close.
Warning. Ring close.
Just a game. Sucky you.
They'll go where I tell them to go.
Introducing your champion.
First is looting, but then comes my favorite part, the screaming.
I'm the jump master. My favorite kind of clothes. Show me your true nature.
Attention, Evo harvesters are online.
Ring's close. 45 seconds.
You do you whore.
Sit over here. Firing on him.
Ring closing in 10. Samuna.
Reload. Someone's here.
Reloading.
Get back over there.
I downed an underneath the all the enemy shield.
Reloading. We finished off the last enemy. 做得好. Got a level and an upgrade. 好勁啊.
Just topping off my shields.
Spotted an enemy there. Picked an upgrade to give me the upper hand.
New kill leader. Care package being delivered.
Any others?
It's on my list.
Check your man. Half the squad's left. We can end their worlds.
That way. Come on.
Setting a fallback.
Kill leader eliminated.
Let's make a mess over there.
Yes.
Spotted a mark here. Primed for the taking. Spotted target in the distance. Reloading. there.
Commissioner too, and he got over it. So we're good? We can jump over there. Got another bandit. Music and blood sports.
Well, that's the risk you'll have to take.
Death is not on our path. Not yet.
This is your champion.
I knew you trusted me. I'm the jump master. Let's break this world!
find out you're the prey.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown. Champion eliminated.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots. Broken enemy shield. Reloading.
Ring's close. Still have a minute to mess around.
Enemy down. Reloading. Void running.
Fucking bitch, you took my character. What the hell?
Attention. Evo harvesters.
Need to recharge my shield. There's a new kill leader. Old one's dead or slacking off. Healing up. Eyes are up to go.
Close ring. We've got 30 seconds.
Another squad pounced on us.
Three and knock stop.
Echoes take the sweet angle. Moving.
Knock stop flying.
10 seconds. The ring's close. Firing.
Three and knock stop. Tossing a frag.
Throwing arc star. Shield broken. Reloading. Focus. Launching to a new angle. Full squad's down. You made the right choices. Care package. Enemy shield broken.
Took down. Shields recharging.
My prey is down.
I'm healing. Picked an upgrade to give me the upper hand.
Got a mark there. On second thought, scrap that.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
New kill leader. Watch for them.
Let's go.
Look, a prey there with level 2 shields. With one more in their pack.
Heads up. New kill leader.
Nearby.
There's a squad nearby us.
Got an angle. Moving there. Traveling in a void next to shield on him. I spotted an enemy over here.
Reloading.
For a better angle.
The ring's closing in a minute. We're not close.
Next, we're heading to his house, where I'll eat an entire crab whole, including the shell.
Poor guy. He's probably like, what the fuck? I feel everything.
CJ's house is like a crab laboratory. A crabratory, with cages stacked up high and every corner serving as a different workshop for his crab experiments. Yet the true treasures lie hidden within his garage.
CJ, right now we're in your creepy crab laboratory.
This is where the magic happens. We bring the peelers, the crabs that are very close to molting or shedding their shells. We put them in here, and then when they shed out their shells and turn into soft crabs, you help them out of the shell right into the frying pan. The best eating crab you're gonna get. That's what we sell as a soft crab that would be eaten whole.
A crab doesn't grow its shell, rather it molts, shedding the old exoskeleton, squeezing its way out, then forming a new one. In a lifetime, a blue crab molts about 20 times.
This crab shed last night, and you can see here, the crab can't even hold its claws up. It's so soft that it's just kind of hanging out. This is the most valuable crab for me.
These softies can sell for over twice the price of a typical hard shell. That's why CJ undergoes the tedious process of crab sitting.
What? It feels so creepy. It's leathery. I've never touched a crab like this. Oh, you poor guy. He's looking at me like,
man, if I had any stiffness to my claws, I would bite you in the finger.
But you can't. Wow. That is a new one for me. That's really cool to see. So in this instance, you're going to be eating the entire crab, the claws, the shell, the carapace, everything. Is that right?
Yes, you eat everything. We cut the face and the eyes off, the devil, and then the apron.
Good. I don't want it looking at me.
Yes, it won't be looking at you.
CJ's approach to soft shell crab cooking is pure simplicity, treating it much like a premium steak. Onto a hot skillet it goes with butter and a sprinkle of JO seasoning. This is the main event, but before we sink our teeth into that, we're having a full-on crab boil. Just toss today's catch into a giant steamer. Sprinkle it with a dash of JO seasoning, let the fire kick in, and you'll know it's feasting time when those crabs blush into a vibrant red hue.
This reminds me of what I've experienced in the South when I went to Alabama, and they have a crawfish boil, and they have just a giant vessel filled with 10,000 crawfish. They put it out all over the table. It's kind of like your version of that.
Maybe that's their version of this.
Yeah.
Well
said.
Cheers to that.
This is a classic Maryland summertime scene right here. There's a pile of crabs. You just go at it with some friends.
Let's get into it.
I like starting with the claws.
What is the strategy here?
I'll just try to break it, you know, on the table.
Oh, that worked. Wow, this meat looks incredible. It's kind of dark. Oh, delicious, juicy, sweet. That JO seasoning tastes like pepper, tastes like cayenne. That's real good. Now, if I want to get into this body, how would I do that?
All right, pick the apron, like that.
The Washington Monument?
Yep. And then you're gonna pull the top shell off right there.
Yep.
That's actually an undeveloped shell, so that crab was gonna shed in the near future. You can eat that, and that is good.
Oh yeah.
It's really good.
Whoa, completely different experience. It's briny, salty, super fatty, and even a touch bitter, depending on what's connected to there. So this is the hard shell crab. This is something that's a little bit more familiar to me, even though I've not had it with the seasoning or done up in this way. Incredible. But next, the soft shell crab, a crab that just shed yesterday. It's basically as soft as it can be. The meat, it still has that leathery feel to the outside. It's still flexible. It's very disconcerting.
It's got legs.
But tantalizing at the same time. Cheers. Whoa.
Very different than the crab cakes or the hard crabs.
That is so different.
So the legs have their own kind of taste, flavor to them, the body itself.
This is wild. This is one of the most delicious things I've ever had in my face. I get why you have a super creepy garage now.
Absolutely.
What's wild too is if you eat a hard shell crab like this, I mean, the real estate, there's not that much left compared to eating the entire soft shell crab, and every bite is magic.
It's like juicy. I know that sounds weird, but it's almost like a casing on like a sausage, you know?
Yeah, that's a great way to explain it, because you take a bite, the skin is kind of tight around the outside, and your teeth break through that, and you get to that juicy core on the inside.
They're delicious. That's got to be one of the better eaten things coming out of this bay, for sure.
How often are you doing something like this? This is all potential profit right here.
I can't afford to eat my crabs.
Neither can I.
Don't get high on your own supply of crabs. CJ soft shell crabs become a better value when sold to restaurants, where they can turn into culinary gold, like here at Ocean Odyssey Crab House, a seafood restaurant that's matched a love for seafood with a sense of adventure with their sandwich, known as Bay on a Bun.
The unique thing about this sandwich is it encapsulates the best things that the bay has to offer, from crabs, oysters, and fish. First, we're gonna dredge the fish, a little egg wash, and our seasoned flour. And then the same with the soft crab. And the oysters, we'll go straight into the flour.
They're all treated to a nice long fry. Now it's time for the build.
All right, so we have our toasted bun. Start with a bed of mixed greens, and we'll stack the catfish, followed by the soft crab and the oysters. A little sauce. So this is a tomatillo aioli and Mary Rose sauce, and that is how you make the bay on the bun.
This is a massive, a leviathan. It's got legs sticking out. I love it.
Joining me, Ocean Odyssey co-owner Travis.
If I'm not mistaken, this is your brainchild. Yeah. It's not just the soft shell inside it. We've got fish, we've got oysters, everything on the bay inside this bun. Let's go for it. Oh yeah. That is a whole different experience. So yesterday I had a soft shell crab that had just shed the night before, and then it was pan seared. And it was soft, tender, juicy. I would compare it to a spicy cheddar Johnsonville brat that was half filled with crab meat. That's my white trash comparison. But this is all fried, so it changes the texture a little bit.
Sure, you get that extra crunch.
It's tough to tell in the moment what you're chewing on. There's like some brinier bites. That I think must be the oyster. There's some really hot chunks, which I think must be the fish, because it's holding all that heat. But that crab still has that skin on the outside. It's partially crispy, still partially like a sausage skin that snaps as you chew through it.
Exactly.
Plus you got the sauce, nice and creamy, bringing it all together, and a little bit of vegetables, you know, for fiber.
That's right.
I guess.
Need some vitamins in there.
Tell me about being a seasonal restaurant, because this is kind of new to me and something that it feels unexpected for the USA, because if anybody has a successful business, people on the outside are like, why isn't it a franchise yet? Why don't you have 5 locations? Why aren't you working 100 hours a week? Meanwhile, you shut the doors every winter.
We do. We're a crab house. That's a big part of what we are. You know, the crab season is from April until sometimes December, November. Now that's the harvesting season. So if they're in the Chesapeake Bay, we've got them. If they're not, if they're moving, which they do, or if it's the wintertime and they're buried in the mud, we kind of go into a hibernation just like the crabs do.
What begins as a small, scuttling marvel of nature transforms into a powerhouse resource, leaving an indelible mark on the state of Maryland. The blue crab isn't just a piece of cultural heritage, drawing in tourists who are eager to savor the state's distinct seafood, but it also serves as an economic goldmine for hard-working locals.
You've both been doing this a good chunk of time, and a lot of people, they just see the end product, whether it's at the store or in a restaurant, but they don't really have access to the first step of sourcing these ingredients. So for you guys, what would you say are the biggest challenges that you and other crabmen are facing?
Our profit margin has shrunk over the last 20 years since I started doing it because everything has increased exponentially, but the price of crabs has only gone up kind of slowly.
I agree. I mean, it's, really it's how much money can you get for what you can catch, because with a lot of the new regulation coming into play,
Introducing your champion.
I haven't played. Look, I'm not the only person, bro. You can tell by the people that's in the lobbies, like, not the only one that's just coming back to Apex. Cause that last lobby I was just in, bro, was not a. Yeah, I was the kill leader, but that was not a bronze lobby. I was just.
I know, bro. Like, I've been having these shitty ass teammates in these sweaty ass fucking bronze and silver lobbies. Like, what the fuck is this? I haven't played this game in literally a year. Like, I used to be so fucking good at this game. Like, I'm still okay, but like, the amount of like good players that just came back is insane.
This might be a little high drop. It's a team. It's like 2 through teams. Apex Mobile was fire.
The champion made a poor choice. Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
We aren't all in the ring. Do not allow that to compromise us.
Guys, good shit.
Made the right choices. Reloading.
Healing.
Chose an upgrade. I'm itching to use it. I'm healing. Hey, we're already into the next ring.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Crafting. I get people to do that for me.
1 moment. I'm crafting. Crafting.
Care package delivered.
Care package incoming. Half of the squads have been removed.
Level 3. I'm out of heavy ammo.
here. Level 2.
New kill leader appointed.
A new kill leader. We have our target.
All batsmen all set.
Spotted a weapon supply bin here. Extra supplies here. Use them to your advantage.
Kill leader eliminated.
Let's check out that way.
Replicator there.
Heard that?
It's got supplies left.
Whose body's down there?
Death box over there.
Hearing enemy activity that way.
That location well chosen. My attention is needed elsewhere.
Crafting, but keeping focus.
You want a third party there?
Here's a package over there.
Fuck yeah. Probably have me. I got ult too.
Now fall back plan in place.
2 people just died in front of us.
Got an extended energy mag here.
Right around the corner. On me, on me, on me, on me. Crack him. Watch out. No.
Cut down an reloading. Lead time paused.
Reloading.
He was fighting someone over there.
We're getting landed on from.
Optics here. Mid-range.
Round 2.
Yeah, we kind of in the open. We can back up a little bit. Someone just
Let's try to fall back.
Spotted. Far.
Replicator being delivered.
One of them got a snipe.
Charging my shields.
They're not pushing though. They're not pushing though.
Hold on, recharging shields.
Going for a void head.
Heal.
Healing up. Eyes are open though.
Backpack here.
There's kids here.
Level
There's kids
2.
here, right on me.
Reloading.
Keep it over.
Getting shot at.
Recharging shields.
Delivering thermite.
Reloading.
One shot, one shot, one shot.
Reloading.
I'll hold it on this.
Down an enemy.
No shield, no shield. God. I'm safe too. I just use the void next.
Returning to our void nexus.
Yeah, I'm coming to get.
Can the enemy team take
We
that?
could honestly just sit at the top of this pier up here and just have high ground on everybody.
I'm down. I'm down. I don't got that many heals either.
What do you need?
I'm using my last med kit. I'm about to get these syringes off the ground. I got like 6 syringes, 7 syringes, 7 cells, and 1 bat.
You want some shield cells? I got like 30.
Spotted an enemy there. Enemies. I hear the target over there.
Adequate.
Enemy out there.
Setting a portal.
Countdown.
Already inside.
Attention. Loot bins have been restocked.
White, target there.
Attention. Delivering replicator.
Someone shooting me. I'm on top of this.
Firing on
Save.
here to play.
Coming.
Enemy shield broken.
Recharge the shield.
Look out, grenade.
Always ready with the
Clock on me.
Fire.
One shot. Oh, Ray Pablo.
Need to recharge my shields.
recklessly. I like that.
One shot.
Use this void nexus.
Going to phase. Move this way. A tear to give us an edge. Using our
Use this void nexus.
1 second. We got this. A second squad. Adjust your structure. Target close. Need to recharge my shields. Only 30 left.
Hold on. Use your shields.
Good. We're inside.
Care package being delivered.
Need to recharge my shields. Heads up. Care package coming in. Patching myself up.
Wait, care package over there. Shields recharging.
I think there's a replicator by I could just wait to craft my banner low key. Oh, there was one.
Only 2 of
Grab
the
it
squads
real quick.
left.
Don't risk your life for it, bro.
I am our friend's banner. Use the void nexus.
Round 4. Beginning ring countdown.
Like this lobby, bro. I can tell this end game. Those last few squads, those weren't bronze squads.
They're fighting. We need to start pushing up a little bit.
These the last 2 squads too.
Using our void nexus.
Go to the void thing.
Felt less turbulent.
60 seconds to ring close.
Hostile
Someone's running up on you.
void jumping.
I'm sorry.
you're gonna hit caps here eventually. And so like the approach I've taken is a little different than most guys. I really just wanted to sell more grabs, you know, so I catch all my own, like CJ, but I sell all my own direct to the customer.
For both of you, you both have had this journey on social media, online. Where do you hope that ends up?
Like I always say, something for my grandkids to see. Down the line, they'll get to know what I did.
I just saw social media as a really, really good way to build a customer base, but you know, also give an insight into who catches your food, how your food actually gets from where it is to the table, you know, and bridge that kind of gap, because it's something that people have no idea, you know, and they don't realize that like in America, there's still a really strong, sustainable, healthy commercial fishing fleet. You know, most people think of fishermen as people that just want to take, and leave nothing behind. But to us, we're dependent on the resource. And so we're the ones that are most interested actually in finding ways to make sure that we can go to work and feed our families.
Our East Coast Seafood Tour is taking us all the way here to the oyster capital in Virginia.
Eat it raw, nothing on it to start.
Nothing on it. This is full of seawater.
This multi-million-dollar industry is responsible for the harvesting of millions of oysters each year.
Virginia is the top 3 oyster producers in the country.
But bringing these mollusks to maturity isn't as straightforward as you might think.
Even in the same body of water, the way the sun hits it, the depth of the water, the oysters can have a different flavor.
Now, I'm on a mission to see how farmers raise the eastern oyster, a high-end delicacy for some and a complete nightmare for
follow. Today's a good day to see death.
This is your champion.
You see a lot of me.
I'm the jump master.
I'm here to break
I know what
kneecaps
to learn in this
and
realm.
cause some indignity.
Show me your true nature.
Attention. First blood.
First blood. Let's go this way. Marking our surroundings. There are Unscoti to be found in this direction.
Round 1.
Survey beacon here.
Beginning ring countdown.
Gotta help up here. Boosted loader.
Ring's close. Still have a minute to mess around.
Check your map.
45 seconds. Harvesters are not available.
Don't let me carry you.
Champion indicated.
And your next champion is right here. Marking our surroundings. Leave the enemy. Bring it to me. Let us follow it.
Some enemies up to no good.
Bless me with sight.
It's go time!
New kill leader appointed. Warning. Ring closing.
New kill leader. Not for long, pal.
Use the meth as your guide.
Spotted a
Standing still. You're lucky I like you. Sergeant Shields, come on, come on.
Take my warning.
Hells yeah. Half the squad's are toast.
Contact with hostile.
hold on. Recharging shields.
Marking our surroundings. Reloading. I'm taking fire.
Reloading.
Let's go here.
Bad guys, let's do it.
This is your champion.
I'm the jump master. I know where to land in this reality.
I'm Jump Master. Follow me or stay out of my way. Stay out of my... Could be fresh blood over there.
seconds to ring close.
New kill leader available. Evo harvesters are now available.
Yeah, under 30 seconds. Almost at the ring.
Attention, the champion has been eliminated.
There's a new kill leader, and it isn't me. You can't escape.
I've revealed the enemy's positions.
Get in the ring, or I'll kill you myself.
Replicator there. Grab your goodies.
All right.
Warning, roof closing.
That ring's closing in. We're not inside. Hey, if you want to die, get towards your home.
Crafting. 等一陣。Extended sniper mag here. Level 3. Care package incoming. 你睇下。
Found a hop up here. Gun shield generator.
Dips.
You can't escape.
The more spread out we are, the harder it is to have each
Never
other's back.
mind, not that.
Splitting open this hole. Level 3.
Got a void nexus here. Use it.
Backing out of my drone. I'm good to go. 좋아. enemy squad's near us.
Why? Care package over there.
Understood.
Half the squads are gone. Let's have fun with the rest.
조심하자. One squad nearby.
I'm done jumping in this.
I'm back. Logged off my drone. Someone destroyed my drone.
Leveled up. And bring new gets a little easier. Why? I've upgraded.
That area has been looted.
You can't escape.
One squad in the area. We have to drop.
Spotted an enemy there.
Reboot. A broken enemy shield. Backing out of my drone. I'm good to go.
is your champion. You know what I look like. Come find me.
There's going to be a mess over there. The damage will be double.
Attention. First blood. Round one. Begin the countdown.
Already in the next ring, the fun can come to us. Enemy here.
Coming at me. Charging shields. Come. Ready, set, go.
You didn't deserve to be here. And now you're not.
For others, every year some people die from eating oysters that are raw. Is that correct? How important is oyster farming to Virginia?
It's essential. It's a core staple coming out of the region.
Meet Tom, former broke college kid turned fanatic oysterpreneur. Today he'll show me the entire oyster rearing process from farm to mouth.
Virginia is the top 3 oyster producers in the country. The Chesapeake Bay is one of the largest bodies of water that houses oysters in the world.
The Chesapeake Bay is the USA's largest estuary, where the river meets the sea. It crosses 6 states, including Virginia. Its unique blend of fresh water and salt water creates a dynamic, nutrient-rich environment, perfect for raising the highest grade of oysters in the world. But how does the oyster raising process begin?
So everything starts with the nursery.
Correct.
Can we check that out first?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
This is Oyster Seed Holdings, and this is owner, researcher Mike.
Oysters have a 2-part life cycle. They have a larval phase first and then the adult phase second. Inside in the hatchery is where we do all the larval work. Once they get big enough, we can get them out of larval culture and put them into a setting process that allows them to get through metamorphosis. Once we get them through metamorphosis, they kind of get kicked out of the hatchery, out here where Mother Nature's providing all the food, and we'll put them into these tanks and flow lots of water past them.
So these are all little baby oysters.
They are.
At this stage, these tiny babies are ready to be shipped out to farmers like Tom, who will grow them to full size over a matter of years.
All right, so we've seen the nursery, but from here, we're going to see how you cultivate the oysters right here in the ocean.
Let's go see it.
So right now we've just entered the oyster field. There are a lot more pelicans than I expected. I think that could be a side business. Pelican meat. This is my second time being to an oyster farm. The first time was actually in Vietnam, and let me tell you, it was quite a bit different. In Vietnam, they have these giant wood lattices made from bamboo. From the lattices, they have some strings or ropes suspended that the oysters are then connected to, and you can kind of pull them up in clumps. This is completely different.
What's different about what we do is we are raising these oysters at the surface of the water column, where the food is the most plentiful. The first 18 inches is where the most light penetration is and the most water flow is. So there's more algae available. When you suspend them, the further you get into the water column, the less algae you're going to have.
So we're about to pull this one up. What's going to be inside here?
These are going to be our oysters that we put out at 1/4 inch. That was about 90 days ago. So let's pull them up and see what they look like.
Tom exclusively farms East Coast native oysters.
If you can help guide that on there.
Okay, yeah, that's on that side.
And we're up. Sonny, we also could have used the crane. Like, what are we thinking here? You know, we got to use our backs.
I thought this was a sailboat.
These bivalves have the special ability to filter and clean 50 gallons of water each day, absorbing nutrients from algae and plankton.
You look in there.
Oh, wow.
In these nutrient-rich waters, they can grow from a quarter inch to this in as short as 90 days.
When these went in initially, they were just big enough to not come out of this net.
Yes, exactly.
But these are still the little babies.
These are tiny.
Some oysters, blessed with good genes, can grow at shocking speeds. This bag also contains 90-day-old oysters, but some have already reached their mid-stage of development.
So these are quite a bit bigger, and actually, some of them look like they're fully grown.
I would call that a market oyster.
You might think that managing thousands of oysters, all growing and maturing at different speeds, would be quite a logistical challenge, and it might be, unless you have one of these. Tom's very own processing facility. Once a bag of oysters fills up, it's brought here.
The oysters are being carried up this hopper, and they're being broken down into 3 sizes. So we have the first drop, second drop, and the third drop. The first and second drop are much further away to market size. The third drop is very close to market.
Every oyster here is categorized according to size. Then you put it back in the mesh bag with similar oysters of the same size, throw it back in the water.
Correct.
On average, an oyster makes 5 round trips between this tumbler and the water, and eventually they plump up to their full adult size. Now they're ready to be shucked and eaten alive.
This is quite a bit bigger than the other ones we just saw. From nursery to becoming this size, how long is that?
18 to 24 months.
That's an incredible amount of effort.
It's actually relatively fast for the industry. Up in Canada, sometimes those oysters take up to 4 years to get them out.
Yeah, but Canadians.
That's right. We demand excellence here in the United States.
He wedges the knife in there, gets leverage on it.
You want to cut that adductor muscle off the top, throw that boy overboard.
Show the other oysters what's up.
And then you get a nice, meaty, succulent bad boy right there. Eat it raw, nothing on it to start. But then we'll go into the other stuff.
I mean, nothing on it. This is full of seawater. So you drink all the liquid too?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Electrolytes.
So good.
Okay, it was overwhelming at first. There's a lot to handle. It's a salty blast, briny, but the meat has a nice bite to it. It didn't feel slimy. It's interesting because it's not cold, it's not chilled, but it's super fresh.
Right out of the water.
Overall, I'm impressed. I like it. Let's put some stuff on it now.
All right, let's do it.
So we're putting some sauce on it. What do you got here?
So this is a little Laotian fish sauce from my mysterious friend who lives like an hour and a half north of me.
Well, you had me at Laotian sauce. I'm sold already. A little bit of lemon. Cheers.
That's the ticket.
It's like an Asian Tabasco. It's spicy, lots of powerful flavors. Oofda, that is really nice. You know, if folks haven't been to an oyster bar, it's kind of this. Different versions of oysters mixed with booze.
We got a little bit of champagne.
I mean, yeah. He brought a freaking katana. All right, and he looked up how to do this on ChatGPT.
Ready?
Hey!
Doesn't get any better than that. That's it, baby.
That's something you guys do a lot?
With new guests coming from Vietnam, absolutely.
We have the oyster with caviar. It's a type of caviar I've not seen before. This is from trout?
Smoked trout roe. Nice little bite on it.
Yeah, those eggs are nice. They just pop every time you bite into it. A little explosion, oily, and a wonderful mix with that briny oyster. I don't know, I feel like I just made out with Ariel. Let's wash it down with some champagne.
Cheers to Ariel.
I can get used to this. So this is all you do, basically.
This is it. This is the life.
People think farming's hard. It's not.
It's so simple.
How long have people been farming versus just going out and trying to get wild oysters?
The cultivation of wild oysters has been happening since the beginning of time. Humans have been trying to farm them in some way. They send a whole bunch of boats out, bring them back to shore, and just leave them there, and they can have this plentiful oyster that they can just kind of go back to whenever they want.
So these oysters, where do these head from here?
Everything is sold nationally, so you can go on our website, whitestoneoysters.com, and buy oysters, and we ship anywhere in the country.
I love seeing how different ingredients are sourced. That's kind of what this whole series is all about. But from here, I'm going to see where these ingredients end up. I think I've had almost every type of banh mi that exists in Vietnam, never with oysters. And that is happening next.
Remember oyster scientist Mike?
That's a 2mm oyster.
Just last year, his team at Oyster Seed Holdings opened a food truck serving an innovative oyster menu, sourced from the very farmers they supply.
These look incredible. What are they flavored with?
But before I get too excited, there is one possible catch. The rarely spoken of seafood bacteria that kills dozens of Americans each year.
Some say that oysters are dangerous. What can you do here to prevent people from suffering negative consequences from eating this delicious food?
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate the question. I'd love to elaborate on it.
Let's start with the eating part. Start by popping open the oyster shells and throwing them on the grill. Now create 3 different flavors with 3 different butters.
We have a chipotle bourbon butter, a sweet chili, and garlic, a little bit of white wine in there.
Oh, white wine, I like that.
Scott, the mastermind behind this food truck, crafted a perfect menu for lab visitors to savor a satisfying meal following their exploration of the oyster hatchery. After After just a few minutes, the butter bomb melts, drowning each patch of protein in pure flavor.
I want to try the garlic one first, and you just dump the whole thing back?
We do.
All right, here we go. Oh my God, so good. Oh man. The oysters here are incredible. These are obviously buttery, garlicky, incredible flavor, and the texture, the bite changes when you cook it up a bit. It's like a little bit more dense and not at all slimy.
Yeah, and the Chesapeake Bay region has been huge in oysters for centuries.
What is so special about this place?
You know, oysters take on the taste of the place that they are. If you're really close to the ocean, oysters can be really salty. When you get away from the ocean and get a lot of freshwater input into these rivers, you get lots of kind of sweet flavors that blend into that salty flavor.
Speaking of salty, what is this one again?
Sweet chili.
It's so good. Oh my God. It's buttery, a little bit sweet, not too much of a kick from the chili. Very nice. Oh, they're all just so rich and delicious. These are some of the best oysters I've ever had.
One of the reasons that we serve oysters this way is that we're trying to kind of convert people to oyster eaters.
And we were talking about maybe doing a pork banh mi, and we realized that maybe an oyster banh mi would be the way to go.
Well, it's not going to take much to convince me to try a banh mi, so...
Kick off this recipe by mixing shucked oysters with eggs and Cajun seasoning. Strut the mixture through a sieve to ditch any excess egg goo. Now coat the oysters in a frying batter fortified with Cajun seasoning. Once fully coated, give them a sizzle. Now for our
This is your champion.
Time to stir up some trouble. I am the jump master. Let's break this world.
Beginning ring countdown. Attention. First blood.
First blood. Someone's having fun already.
Rings closing in one.
Evo harvesters are now available.
You throw your hoe. Shock and bolt here. Level 2. Got a hop up here. Boost it loader.
In progress.
Laser sight here. Level 2.
We're outside the ring, but the fun happens inside.
Thank you.
Lane Zime. Replicator there. Grab your goodies.
Backpack here. Level 1. Watch out. Contact with target.
Why, care package over there. Setting up a care package over there. Got a level and an upgrade. Oh, yeah. Picked an upgrade. Now who to test it on?
Optics here. Close range.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
There's a new kill leader making things messy.
Target over there. Made a hit. Opening fire. Reloading.
Set him up. An enemy shield. Reloading. Enemy there.
Getting shot at. I'm spotted. Taking fire. Enemy shield broke. Got my halo here. Come healing the shield. Void jumping. I'm spotted. Need to recharge my shields.
Reloading. Shields recharging.
Down in it. Spotted. I'm taking shots. Void running.
Not used to taking bodies off the ground.
Reloading. And keep the healing. Punching a tunnel. Getting shot at.
Enemy shield crack.
Big up to us. Without just giving my shields a recharge. your champion. I don't fear anything. Can you say the same? Here we go. Ready up. Let's check out that way. I have a feeling someone's watching me. Hostile over there. Wrong choice. Shield broken. Contact with target.
I leveled up. For once, I'm being predictable. Shields recharging. Chose an upgrade. I'm itching to use it.
Attention. Evo harvesters are online.
Look at your map. Let's go there. You could use a portal wave. A long, boring portal to the same level.
Watch for them. In progress.
We're all inside this ring. Got some extra munitions here.
Thanks. Care package being delivered.
Ready to fall back.
Hear that? There's a care package coming down.
Why, care package over there. Why, care package over there. Hearing enemy activity that way.
Same.
Shotgun ammo here. Move here. Good place to start a scene.
Let's check out that way.
Spotted a mark here.
My name is Jennifer. I was supposed to get a package.
Opening fire.
Hey, look. You follow them now, alright? Reload. Look out, grenade.
Target over there.
Arcstar out. Need to recharge my shield.
Hostile
level. Need to recharge my shields. Perfection. Thank you.
Take note of this. Death box there.
There's a room out there waiting for us.
What's the number?
Find that person and give it a try.
Time to put some lead down range.
Introducing your champion.
My legs are ready to go. Some assembly required.
I'm the jump master. So Lola, I'll find us a perfect disaster.
Stay close. I'm the jump master. Let's land here. Here we go. Ready up. Let's do this.
They're asking for a tragic ending.
Safety's off. Enemy landed on me.
Enemy shield cracked.
I broke enemy shield. Reloading. Spotted. Spotted. Double timing.
fight is admirable, but in this case, pointless.
Give me a sec. Recharge my shield. Shield cell here. Hold tight. I got your back.
Room closing.
Good. We're inside. Down another target. Better lock down an upgrade. Last member down. One squad closer to winning. Care package incoming. Y'all earned this. Just watch your backs. I'm down. Prepared and ready.
Finds a way.
Introducing your champion.
Oh, I knew you trusted me. I am the jump master.
I'm the jump master. This time. Dropping in, hang on. Let's do it. We're gonna check over there for loot.
Enemy landed near me. They're asking for a tragic ending.
Attention. First blood.
Enemy's here to play. Enemy shield cracked.
Enemy taken out. Reloading.
Delivering
Choose your champion.
A planet couldn't kill me. What hope do you have?
I say we land here. Together we have this. To battle.
Attention. First blood.
First blood. Gotta be someone. Glad it's not one of us.
Attention. Evo harvesters.
Heavy ammo here.
online. New kill leader taken.
Extended light mag here. Level 1.
Warning. Reloading.
Safety's off. Weapons free.
Racing to the MZ.
Introducing your champion.
Hold on tight. It's time to drop, shock, and rock. Putting that down range. Come on, take fire. Cracked an enemy shield. Reloading.
could have.
Our carby vessel. Throw the banh mi on the griddle to toast it up. Fill it up with crispy oysters, pickled daikon, pickled carrots, cilantro, and pickled onions. And finally, a special creamy house sauce to tie everything together.
I think I've had almost every type of banh mi that exists in Vietnam, never with oysters. Let's give it a shot. This is awesome. Super crunchy, a nice tang from those sour pickled vegetables. Who knew? Oysters, man. Scott knew. You seasoned the breading that goes on top of it, right? Yeah, I'm just blown away by the texture. It's meaty, and honestly, my first guess wouldn't even be oyster. You just gave it to me, and I had a blind taste test. Some people may be apprehensive to try oysters because of the texture, but I've heard people out there who are afraid for their safety.
Vibriosis is an infection primarily transmitted to humans through the consumption of raw seafood, especially oysters.
Every year there are casualties. Some people die from eating oysters, I assume that are raw. Is that correct?
You are correct.
In the USA, the disease claims the lives of 100 people each year.
So my question is, what can people do, or what can you do here to prevent people from suffering negative consequences from eating this delicious food?
I think the oyster industry is a very safe way to get your food. One of the things that's super important is getting oysters cold. So Vibrio is something that typically happens in the summer months. As long as you get the shell stock down to temperature very quickly, then there's nothing to worry about at all. You can eat them raw, you can eat them cooked, doesn't matter. Anybody who knows that they might have some type of immunocompromised condition should definitely avoid raw shellfish, same as you should avoid other types of raw food. And I mean, there's actually more illnesses and deaths from eating raw vegetables than there are from eating raw shellfish.
Oh wow, hold on, how many people die a year just from choking on food? Number of deaths due to choking in the United States in 2021, 5,000 people. More people are dying from choking on an oyster than from the actual bacteria that it may contain.
It's an unfortunate but very rare occurrence.
Gentlemen, this was incredible. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you coming.
Just 72 miles from the ocean, in Virginia's capital of Richmond, we'll see what oyster magic can be worked in a full-size kitchen with top-shelf ingredients. In this historic metropolis, where the food scene mirrors the diversity of its residents, we find ourselves at a restaurant known as Boathouse.
You know, just when I think I can't eat oysters any other way, I see this, and it looks amazing.
This restaurant, nestled in a repurposed 1860s power plant, offers a stunning setting and serves up the finest locally sourced cuisine.
These specific oysters are Chapel Creek. Interesting thing is, Chapel Creek doesn't have proper refrigeration to hold oysters overnight, so they just drive the hour and 15 minutes, and we have the freshest oysters in town.
For our first course, the oysters are shucked, then lavished with a thick hollandaise sauce. Give them a quick toast in the pizza oven.
Our chef created this as a Christmas Eve feature last year.
Then, to dial up the extravagance, add a delicate sprinkle of caviar.
Oh my God. Oh yeah.
A little salt from the caviar.
Beautiful, creamy sauce.
Kind of a lemon finish.
And there's just like no brininess to it. I'm a guy who can enjoy some brininess, but that is delicious. It's creamy. I feel like I'm eating a seafood version of Eggs Benedict.
That's a good analogy.
This oyster really reminds me of something I've had in Vietnam. Now, in Vietnam, they like to put cheese on the oyster, melt it, and then they eat it like that. This, to me, tastes like a slightly more refined version of that, where it's not necessarily cheesy, but really creamy, kind of coats your mouth, and that taste stays with you. It's excellent. Right here we have the Rockefeller. These oysters are a staple of this region.
The Rockefeller presentation, I think it was invented in Antoine's in New Orleans.
Let's start with the Rockefeller mix. In a sizzling frying pan, they melt butter, then toss in onion, celery, and garlic. Pour in heavy cream and cayenne pepper, black pepper, and a healthy dose of Parmesan cheese.
So this is a classic presentation. We did not make this up, and it should taste really lovely.
As it thickens, introduce spinach. Then ladle this Rockefeller concoction over the oysters. Sprinkle on crispy bacon bits. And finally, give it a few minutes under high heat.
That bacon is crunchy. It's a perfect crunch to go with that really tender oyster. It's slightly heavy, slightly briny, and so the flavors of the bacon and oyster are really intermingling well. That's excellent. That's really incredible. I'm from Minnesota. It's not a seafood state. We have a red lobster. That's it. But here, we're very close to the ocean. Is this a place where people take pride in seafood?
I think we're spoiled because we have great seafood. It's easily accessible. You know, we have high expectations for it. And we really take pride in who delivers it and the freshness of it and how it looks.
Gentlemen, this is incredible. The food is incredible, and I love what you've done here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Our East Coast Seafood Tour is taking us all the way down to South Carolina. Here, you'll find the USA's most valuable, most popular seafood.
I didn't realize that the way you catch it actually affects the texture and the flavor.
Our day begins on St. Helena Island, a place perhaps best known for its connection to Gullah culture.
We are different kind of people. We tend to show up, stand up, and speak up.
Language.
Good morning, good. Why I gotta say day clean?
And of course, Gullah food.
How would you convince somebody that they should try the tail of an ox?
But who are the Gullah, and how has their history shaped food in the USA? The answers all start on the water. Groupers, oysters, and blue crabs in South Carolina are any chef's dream. Yet the creek shrimp steals the show. Using the craft passed down by his father and grandfather, 72-year-old Mr. Atkins has been shrimping for the better part of his life.
My dad used to make a net, hand-thrown net. When you deal with the kind of shrimp I deal with, you have to try to keep it alive. And when you pull a trawl net, you stresses the shrimp out. It die a lot faster, and it die like this, it get mushy.
The brown and white shrimp harvested from the region's shallow, brackish waters are among the world's finest.
Has anything changed over time when it comes to shrimping?
One time I could take this net right here and I can go for 3 or 4 hours and I'll have this thing here full. Now I'm lucky if I get it about a quarter of that.
So what are the regulations surrounding shrimp so that 10 years from now there are still shrimp remaining?
They have a certain season that they allow you to swim sometime like in April till about November. Mid-November, they'll only allow you to catch 12 dozen.
Today, Mr. Atkins' harvest is set to create a hearty breakfast.
I've had grits before, but not like this.
Some alluring street food.
I don't think that I've ever had shark meat in the USA.
And a grand feast that will feed 8.
This is something I've been missing in my life.
It all kicks off with BJ in his combat kitchen.
BJ?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good. Why I gotta say day clean?
Oh, is that part of Gullah language?
It's one of the phrases in the culture. New day, sunrise.
Meet BJ, a personal chef, caterer, and torchbearer of Gullah heritage. He actively works to bring his culture and traditions to the forefront through his social media and culinary skills, including the mastery of crafting the perfect shrimp and grits.
Our shrimp has a distinct flavor. You know, like they're nice, they're tender, they're sweet, they're succulent. I've tasted shrimp from the Gulf up to Florida Keys, but these are special.
After cleaning the shrimp, BJ throws them into a skillet with some fat and lets them sizzle until the meat is firm.
When I was with Mr. Atkins, I learned a couple things about shrimp. He said if you stress it out too much, it's going to be mushy, it's going to be bad. Well, right now they seem very calm.
He adds onion, a pinch of salt, even more fat, and 2 generous scoops of roux.
Nah, I just use water because coming up, my family, grandparents, anybody I knew was just water. The shrimp kind of gives you that body that you're looking for. Like the old people say, you make your own gravy. You make your own gravy.
Oh, it makes its own gravy. Hey, I'm getting better at this. I didn't know there was a whole different language here. That's wild.
He reunites the shrimp with the gravy and garnishes the dish with scallions. Next to the skillet, a bubbling pot of grits is seasoned with salt and butter.
Well, you in the low country, this is the region where shrimp and grits, we say, originated. So for me, the grits that you see here, they gotta be old school heirloom grits. The way my grandparents would eat grits, you know, the corn, they would have grown the corn, they would have took it to the mill and stone ground. It can't be the stuff out the store that takes 15 to 20 minutes. These took literally an hour. But when you taste them, man, they're like fluffy, they're heirloom, old school.
Amazing. Gentlemen, this looks amazing. What do you think of this?
Beautiful.
Well, hold on. Before we started rolling, you said a little bit too dark.
This gravy work for the shrimp, but it'd be better for when it was in the oyster.
Okay. It looks great to me.
I ain't gonna fuss with them.
That's good, Benjamin.
That's nice. Oh, it's steaming hot, too. Just right out of the pan. The texture of the grits is really incredible. Yeah, it's fluffy. The shrimp are outstanding. Great texture. And then this just beautiful, thick, savory gravy on top. This is so addictive, but it's so heavy.
You know, this is one of those meals that back in the days, probably before my time, when people were still living off the land, this is your fuel. This is your heavy meal for the morning, right? Just to get your day going. This is probably your heaviest meal in those days.
I don't know if I would make it away from the breakfast table after eating this. It's like either I'm going to have enough energy for a whole day, or I'm just going to fall asleep with my face on my plate.
With this breakfast, I'm just beginning to scratch the surface of Gullah culture. But by day's end, BJ plans to immerse me in the essence of Gullah food.
This speaks Gullah. when you see this right here.
In order to fully embrace it, my first step is to learn more about the story of this community.
This area was one of the first areas where one of the first slave revolts happened. And many of our ancestors were sought after in the Senegambia region, Senegal, Gambia, Sierra Leone, Congo, Mali.
In the 1700s, West Africans were brought to the sea islands for plantation labor. Yet harsh conditions and prevalent diseases led landowners to desert the islands in summer.
And when they left all the enslaved here, they were able to kind of hold on to a lot of the Africanisms, some of the language and some of the foodways. You also have influence of the Native Americans here also too. And you also have the European influence. And that just kind of made it to the Gullah culture.
The vibrant Gullah culture still pulses today in this tight-knit South Carolina community of 200,000. St. Helena is the heart of the centuries-old culture, cradling a landmark iconic to Gullah history.
Penn Center and the community goes hand in hand. Without Penn Center, you wouldn't have the community.
There, I'll soon join community leaders for an old-fashioned shrimp boil.
You're eating history where it started right here with this dish.
But first, I have more to learn about Gullah food, and there's no better place to be educated than the Gullah Express.
Sherry, I brought you some shrimp.
Why, thank you.
Sherry is the proud owner and operator of Gullah Express, a food truck bringing authentic Gullah flavors to the people of St. Helena. With these freshly caught shrimp, she'll whip up her bestseller.
This patty looks gorgeous.
But first, Sherry teases my appetite with a surprise.
Right here we have shark.
Fried shark.
I don't think that I've ever had shark meat in the USA. What is the history behind this?
You know, we live on the coast, so we get a lot of fresh seafood. And I grew up eating shark ever since I've been a little girl. We would fry it, we would put it in gravy on grits. However,
here, the shark meat is simply coated with flour, then deep fried.
What do you like about shark in particular?
The taste, the texture is just meat. I don't have to pick any bones.
I'm used to that now.
Now?
Because I live in Asia. Right here, you can see this is kind of the midsection of the shark, and it was hacked into kind of a shark steak. I'm gonna rip that in half. There's like the bone in the middle there still, but everything around it is this beautiful meat. Oh man, that's to die for. It's juicy, flaky, you got a little bit of crust on the outside, and then just a little hit of seasoning, salt. Sometimes shark can be mushy if you overdo it. This is perfect.
Yeah, it has to be cut right. If it's not cut right, then it's gonna be tough.
With over 25 years of culinary experience, Sherry embarked on a new venture in 2019 by launching Gullah Express. Here, she's infused the menu with Gullah classics that have been given a little bit of a twist. Her bestseller, the shrimp burger. After cleaning the shrimp, Sherry places them in a processor, mincing the meat down for a shrimp patty.
I'm gonna add some crab. I don't need a whole lot. We were always doing a shrimp burger, so I wanted to do something different. That's when I said, well, let me try the shrimp and crab burger. And that would be something different, you know, people never had before. So I tried it out and it was a big hit, and I just went with that. I'm gonna need some seasoning. I'm gonna also add a little bit of breadcrumb, and I'm gonna mix that up some more. Now, I have to taste it. I taste it raw because you have to know that it's seasoned. You don't want to buy something and it has no taste. And after that, I just make it into a ball. I'm going to put it in the batter, in the flour batter, and then I'm going to roll it around in there, and then I'm going to mash it out. Give that about 3 to 4 minutes, and it'll be ready.
This patty looks gorgeous.
That's why I don't want to put any lettuce or tomato or nothing. It takes away from the taste.
If you want a salad, get a salad. This is not that. This is like a beautiful, lovely patty. It's crusty on the outside. I can feel the heat radiating off it. It's making the buns more soft and warm on the outside. Let's go for it. That's very nice. I don't think that I've ever had a shrimp burger in the US. The only time I've had it is in McDonald's in Korea and Japan. They have a shrimp burger. It wishes it was this. That's like a very basic industrial. It's probably pressed by some kind of meat printing machine. This has this incredible homemade feel to it. And it's like those little imperfections that make it perfect. Some parts are a little thicker, some are a little thin and more crunchy. And there's a certain springiness that you get from a shrimp patty that you won't get from any other type of. You're not gonna get it from chicken or beef. It's really unique to what you're doing here.
It's my #1 seller.
I don't see why. That's awesome. I want to back up a little bit and ask you more about Gullah food. For you, what is Gullah food?
Well, to me, Gullah food is anything you get, you can't waste it, period. Like we would cook with neck bone, pigtail, anything from hog, anything from chicken. That's what we would use or call our Gullah food.
Sounds like a tenet of Gullah cooking is resourcefulness.
Exactly.
With the Atlantic Ocean nearby, Gullah cuisine significantly relies on seafood, complemented by staple ingredients like rice and grits, rooted in historical cultivation practices.
It's just simple cooking. You don't have to put a spin on it. Like you got shrimp and grits. Most of the time, the restaurant, they're a little fancy. They put these Parmesan seasoning and onions and bacon. No, shrimp and grits is just shrimp and grits.
I think I had that this morning.
That's it.
Over time, Gullah flavors and techniques have made their mark in kitchens across America, with one-pot dishes and cast-iron cookware being prominent examples. You'll soon witness some one-pot cooking in our final meal.
I've never seen oxtail with shrimp.
For us, that's a classic pairing.
The first in our two-course feast is a Gullah one-pot classic, Frogmore stew. BJ prepares a soup base in a giant pot with water, garlic powder, Old Bay seasoning, salt, hot crab seasoning, fresh onion, and chilies. Once the seasoned water is boiling, he tosses in chunks of corn and potatoes. Then sausage joins the pot, and finally, the shrimp. While BJ is busy in his outdoor kitchen, I'm heading inside Penn Center School, where Marie walks me through the history of this landmark.
Penn Center and the community goes hand in hand. Without Penn Center, you wouldn't have the community. And it started out as the Port Royal experiment.
The outbreak of civil war in 1860 placed St. Helena Island under Union control, leading to the initiation of the Port Royal experiment in 1861. This experiment, aiming to transition the region from a slave-dependent society to one rooted in freedom, brought emancipation to St. Helena.
In 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, freeing all other enslaved people. As you can see, we were already emancipated before the document was signed. We are a different kind of people. We tend to show up, stand up, and speak up.
In 1862, the Port Royal experiment, entitled The Newly Emancipated People Here with the Right to Buy Former Plantation Lands at Low Prices.
And with land ownership comes great power. There was never, ever a sharecropper system established on St. Helena's Island.
Furthermore, the experiment led to the establishment of hospitals and schools. Penn School opened in 1862 as one of the nation's earliest institutions for the formerly enslaved.
This school was the beacon of hope in educating the black people in the Low Country. This was the only school a black person living in the state of South Carolina could earn a high school diploma.
Today, Penn Center is a cultural center and a museum of African American history, where Marie and her colleagues tirelessly uphold and showcase the richness of Gullah culture, culture that can be seen and even tasted.
Before we begin, I do want to say thank you to everyone for being here today. It's quite an honor for me to kind of eat a piece of history today. And I've learned a lot already about the Gullah people and food, and my favorite way to learn is through eating.
So this is a low country boil. Some people call it frogmore stew. Actually, this originated here on this island.
I'm gonna go for this corn first. You said that the corn is kind of soaked up.
Yeah, it's soaked a little too much than what I like, but it's flavorful. It got a little kick.
It's delicious. It's super salty. It has a lot of kick. A load of cayenne. This is like cayenne corn. All right, we got potatoes. Oh my God. Everything has soaked up those amazing flavors. Ooh, even that sausage is spicy. It's slow burn that creeps up on you. I think the flavor is just a beautiful mix, a blend between what the shrimp is offering and this powerful sausage. It's salty and smoky.
It's like a homemade sausage to me. We used to make back then. When we butchered a pig, we used to make our own sausages, old-time sausage.
So I want to ask about the shrimp. Are you eating the shell or are you peeling that yourself?
Peeling it.
Okay. They taste amazing. I'm curious, for this dish, why cook it with the shells on?
Traditionally, always how it's been. I think it also helps preserve the flavor.
Yeah, people boil shells for shrimp stock. You know what else it helps? It helps people to pump their brakes a little bit when they're eating.
Pick your time, right?
It turns like a 5-minute meal into a 30-minute meal.
Our second one-pot dish and final Gullah taste of the day, oxtail soup. First, BJ brings his pre-made broth to a boil.
I woke up in the middle of the night.
Then he drops his oxtails with various beans in the broth and lets them simmer.
How did the cuisine or the food of the people transform from the time the Gullah came here to what we see today?
We basically cooked the same thing that we did back then. The enslaved people always had the leftovers from the pig, the feet, the tail, and the neck bones. Those are we cook now. And the okra is our main dish. Anything here, whatever you had for dinner, that was breakfast. At lunch, I was taking crab sandwiches for lunch, and I was ashamed to have that.
You?
Yeah,
When you were younger?
Because that wasn't the norm back then. Everyone was having their peanut butter and jelly. I had crab.
That's pretty good though.
Yeah, but being here, you didn't think that because that was plentiful. You ate that so much, you know, and then you had to take the lunch too. So, you know, that was, you know, I'm tired of this. I wanted something else, you know?
Once the oxtail hits the desired softness, BJ loads the pot with chopped okra. He stirs until the broth becomes thick and finishes with a handful of shrimp.
All right, I got some of that gravy. I got a shrimp, some rice. It's so heartwarming. I'm gonna do some of that oxtail. Oh, the oxtail, amazing. Super soft, tender, delicious, savory, and just such a cool texture to that stew because it's thick, but it's a little bit slimy from the okra, but in the best way possible. Yeah.
See, with oxtail here, these were the leftover from the slavery time where the enslaved people ate. But now, oxtail has crossed over. It was only that the black folks ate that. I went to the store, man, this white lady had about 6 packs of oxtail in the basket.
You know, a long time ago, that was $2 a pound. Now it's like $8, $9, $10 a pound. And these were the things that were, you thought of as trash, but culturally, even before our ancestors were brought here, they ate every part of the animal. And to this day, that's still a thing. Yeah, this is like culture. Like, this speaks Gullah when you see this right here.
For both of you, I'd be happy to hear your answer too. Why is it so important to continue teaching people about the Gullah traditions and perpetuating these traditions?
Because it's a legacy that we want to pass on to our children. There might become a time that you won't have anything in the stores. You can always go back and learn how to survive off the land. And that's how we've learned to survive. We were isolated out here, so we had to learn to survive off the land. So what happened on the other side didn't matter to us because we were independent, self-sufficient people living over here.
You have to understand, like, it's not just one culture that built this country.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, the way we talk, the language, you know, these things that we have to embrace. Or you lose part of history, you not only you lose part of your culture, you lose part of American history. Right. And it's a very important part of American history.
How do you reconcile America's dark history, dark past with slavery with still having pride in your community and your country now?
The history of this country is a movement toward freedom, and African Americans have been big movers in trying to bring freedom to everybody. So this whole idea about when we benefit, the whole country benefits. Every community can benefit from our movement forward in this continuing journey of freedom. When people freed themselves on this island in 1861, they didn't look back and say, wow, we've been through something really terrible. They looked forward and said, what can we be? You know, how can we project ourselves and be big against the backdrop of life? And every community, everybody of every race needs to take that on. You know, how can we be big? Not be small, but be big.
Now, we've worked our way south, all the way down to the Florida Keys.
Jeez, dolphins. There's like 3 dolphins behind you. That looks awesome.
The Sunshine State is heaven for seafood lovers, from swordfish to mahi-mahi and everything in between. But next, we're after one of this state's most highly regulated underwater dwellers.
If you take the whole body onto land, that is a criminal offense. That is illegal. That is something you cannot do.
That's correct.
Along the way, we'll settle the debate of which is truly superior between the Maine lobster and the Florida lobster with my friend Guga.
There's no comparison.
Oh my God. Sorry, you're triggering me.
It all starts bright and early on the water.
It's a beautiful morning. I gotta say, it's f***ing miserable out here. Right now we're heading out to the trapping area. It's a couple hours off the coast. It's pretty choppy out here. My camera guys are about to puke at any second.
It's a little sporty sometimes.
That's a more positive way to spin it.
Meet Paul, a seasoned 25-year commercial fisherman. He heads out to sea with his crew throughout the year, and they catch whatever's in season, ranging from spearfish and spiny lobster to the much-awaited stone crab.
What is the season for stone crab? Because that's why we're here.
From October 15th till May 1st.
So, oh wow, there's like 3 dolphins behind you. That looks awesome.
I take videos all the time for my kids.
You know, seamen back in the past, they saw dolphins and they thought they were hot mermaids. You ever think a dolphin's a hot mermaid?
No.
The Florida stone crab, able to grow up to 6 inches wide, can be found in the western North Atlantic, including the USA's East Coast. These crabs primarily feed on oysters, mollusks, and a range of crustaceans.
What's really unique about the stone crab is the fact that if you take the whole body onto land, that is a criminal offense.
That's correct. We can only harvest the claws.
Let's pull up some crabs and see how it works.
Sounds good.
Regulations have been implemented to safeguard the stone crab population, ensuring that this valuable marine life can continue sustainably for future generations.
First trap is up. He pops it open. Let's see what's inside.
It looks pretty good.
All right, 3 crabs. Those crabs go in the bin here.
There you go.
Oh, this one only has 1 claw.
Either somebody harvested him or he lost it in a fight with another crab. And we measure them. They have to be 2 7/8 inches long.
Or more?
Or more, yeah.
Okay.
And then you're going to crack them right here.
Wow.
And then we release the crab alive. back to the wild.
As long as they're big enough, the males, we take all the claws.
Yes.
For females, it's highly illegal to remove their claws if they're bearing eggs.
The females have a wider piece right here compared to a male.
When resetting the traps back into the ocean, an enticing bait is essential. But instead of oysters or crustaceans, they opt for an unconventional choice.
Pig's feet.
It's one of the most sustainable baits that we can get.
People in Vietnam are horrified right now that you're feeding the pig's feet to crabs.
Actually, with these pig's feet, it's only the hind feet.
Oh, is that right?
The front feet get processed and do get shipped overseas.
On a good day, Paul and his crew can collect up to 600 pounds of stone crab claws, amounting to roughly 2,500 pieces.
Does PETA care about this? Are people upset that you're breaking the arms off?
Like a humane way?
Yeah, are people mad you're not giving them anesthesia first?
I'm sure there's somebody out there, but...
There's always somebody.
Yeah.
Like many crustaceans, stone crabs have a remarkable ability to regenerate their claws. This regrowth can take anywhere from 1 to 3 years.
I think we're in luck.
Oh my God, that's huge!
To once again reach a legally harvestable size.
Like this big!
However, this regeneration is only possible if the claws are removed correctly.
Okay, let me do this.
A flawed removal can fatally wound the crab, causing it to bleed to death.
I know you're mad, but soon you're gonna be mad and also not have arms.
Measure him first.
Oh. I almost broke the law.
Because I don't think he makes it.
Oh my God, no.
No.
First of all, let's check if it's a boy or a girl. This is a boy. We're gonna measure that one.
If it touches, it's legal.
These are both legal.
Those are both legal to take.
And then I just twist?
Twist down and
if I do it wrong, am I gonna rip it in half?
You could, yeah.
Oh!
You did it.
I got it. I'm sorry. Got it?
There
Good?
you go.
You look ridiculous.
At least he can go back and reproduce. That'll be for the next generation of crabs.
Now, but here's the thing. If I was a lady crab, I'm not going to reproduce with a dude with no claws.
He's going to have to work a little harder at it. Throw him right into the water. There you go.
It's quite common for a crab to lose and regenerate a claw or two throughout its lifetime. Yet this loss can significantly impact a crab's odds of survival. According to the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, a crab with 2 claws removed had a 46 to 82% mortality rate, while a crab with its claws intact only had a 12% likelihood of dying.
No doubt this is a challenging job. You got to get up early. You come out here in the swells and the waves. It's choppy. My camera guy threw up already. Here's some footage of that. This is probably the most expensive seafood you can find in Florida. Why is it so expensive?
It's a lot of work to get out here. You got to see, we got to battle the elements, long hours, the gear's expensive. It's a labor of love to have to come out here to do it.
Back in the 1890s, these stone crabs were considered merely incidental bycatch in traps meant for spiny lobsters. But by the late 20th century, the stone crab fishery had evolved into one of Florida's most lucrative industries, valued at $30 million.
Ahoy!
From the docks, we're headed to a seafood processing facility where we'll soon see 400 pounds of live Florida lobster get steamed all at once.
Are they alive when they go in? Yeah, but not for long.
This place is crucial to the journey of the stone crab claws, going from sea to plate.
Jason?
Hi, Sonny.
This place is amazing. You ever get a Make-A-Wish kid coming through here?
No, we have not.
They are not making good choices. I think they're not all there.
The moment the boat docks, the stone crab claws are weighed and whisked away to here.
Have you ever heard of somebody bringing a whole crab body onto land and getting in trouble for that?
I certainly have.
What happened?
At BSC Fisheries, they have their stone crab claws sorted into 4 distinct sizes, then sent off to a giant steamer.
If you get caught doing that, you can lose your boat, you can lose your licenses, you can lose all your traps.
And were they ever allowed to go fish again?
And once that happens, you usually receive a lifetime ban.
And then where do you move? Because here's the thing. In the USA, once you're a convict or a criminal, you move to Florida.
Unfortunately, if you make that mistake...
If you're already in Florida and you become a criminal, where the hell do you go?
I guess you gotta find a new home.
Arizona.
There you go.
Yeah.
The entire process is designed to be swift, ensuring the meat doesn't spoil. Once steamed, the claws are rapidly transferred to another container where they're buried in ice to halt the cooking process.
In a week, how many pounds of just crab claws do you think you have coming through here?
15 to 20,000 pounds.
But before they're sent out to local restaurants and wholesalers across Florida, they must be sorted by grade.
Let's go through this size category. The smallest is...
medium.
We don't have a small.
No small.
It's like movie theater popcorn.
Correct. And we have large, then we have jumbo and colossal.
Something like this in a restaurant, any idea how much that would cost?
Anywhere from the range of about $65 up to $90, depending on the place.
That is mind-boggling. blowing.
You better bring your checkbook.
Yeah, no kidding.
You will not be disappointed, though.
Fortunately, our next stop features a deal not to be missed, an all-you-can-eat stone crab claw feast for $120. And the best part, my friend Guga will be there to share in the experience.
Thanks for having me, Sonny.
But before that, I'm setting out to sample another seafood delight that Florida is famous for.
You guys also specialize in other types of seafood. I'm very interested in the spiny lobster because we started this journey in Maine with the Maine lobster. It was big, beautiful, red. It has claws.
Spiny lobsters rank as the second biggest commercial fishery in Florida, and they're protected by law in the USA to help maintain their population.
I need to also try the spiny lobster and judge for myself which I think is the superior lobster.
You'll be the judge of that.
Would it be okay to steam like 400 pounds worth?
I think we can make that happen.
Similar to the stone crab claws, this vat of hundreds of spiny lobsters will soon face the same fate, plunging into brutal steamy temperatures, cooking their meat and transforming their shells into a bright orange hue.
After a thorough steaming, they need to stop the cooking process, so they cold shock it in ice water. That's gonna stop the meat from cooking. They're beautiful, they're orange, they're radiant, they're bright, they're beautiful. I said beautiful twice, and I meant it each time. Step one, give it a little chiropractic treatment. Oh my Lord, there's so much goo and stuff in there. That's how you know it's fresh. There's some green tamale right here on the edge. I wanna get this whole tail out of here. That's why I have a knife. Don't cut your hand, don't go to the hospital. Don't go to the hospital. Every time I go to the USA, I go to the hospital. Last time I shot myself in the head. Dude. I got jacked up. Boom, there we go. And look at that, automatically deveined. If someone tells you that does something special, you know, fertility, it's an aphrodisiac, don't believe them. I need that. I did a pretty bang up job. I got my whole thing right here. I'm gonna go from the back and try it out. Here we go. The temperature really affects the texture and the flavor to me. So with it being colder, it feels a little bit more dense, slightly more chewy. In general, I prefer a warmed up lobster, but this is still very nice. It's juicy, it's sweet, it's succulent, it's got a strong bite to it. I mean, who doesn't like lobster? It's good, but the question isn't about is it good? The question is, which is better between this and a Maine lobster? And I'm gonna tell you soon when I meet up with my good friend Guga at Billy's Stone Crab.
With some of the biggest, freshest crab claws plucked straight from the ocean floor this morning, we're headed to the best seafood spot in the Sunshine State. Soon, we'll bite into a colossal and find out if these claws are worth all the hype.
Put her there, how you doing?
Pleasure, Carlos.
The menu features a range of the seafood Florida is known for, but their best seller, the item 75% of patrons are after, the reigning champion of the deep, the stone crab.
How much stone crab do you think you go through in a week?
Man, thousands of pounds.
But it's a pricey item. I mean, this is something you gotta save your allowance for weeks.
Put on the American Express card.
You could do that. You could go in a dent. Americans do love that. The average person, how many are they ordering? Are they getting one claw only? Are they getting a plate of claws?
A lot of people get the all you can eat.
How much is all you can eat?
$120 per person for medium.
That's incredible. Now let's talk about what I'm gonna be trying out tonight. The seafood tower. Coming in at more money than $120. How much is the seafood tower?
$550.
And what does it include?
You'll get a dozen oysters. You get jumbo lump crab meat, our beautiful colossal stone crabs or jumbo, the Florida lobster tail, and then king crab, steamed right on top.
This sounds amazing. I'm very excited. I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure, man.
The seafood tower arrives as a 3-tiered man-made marvel. On the first layer, a dozen raw oysters, elegantly nestled on a chilly bed of ice and kale, with a central bowl brimming with jumbo lump crab meat. Their second tier showcases today's highlight, 6 colossal-sized stone crab claws. Adjacent to the centerpiece, 4 spiny lobster tails. And finally, crowning the third tier, 4 robust king crab legs. Such a feast isn't meant for one.
It's an absolute pleasure. Michael, you've been
Leonard Zeno says,
20 years.
hello friend, I was really interested the game you play at the little time I spend on your channel.
Thanks for having me.
I can't wait to be your best fans, and if you don't mind, can I have your stream schedule? Let Ken up on Discord. Haley Jennis.
Seafood.
My very first video on YouTube on Google Foods was actually about lobster, spiny lobsters to be specific.
I tried that earlier today. We'll talk about that soon.
Sure.
This is the end of a long series. We started in Maine, about an hour from Canada, all the way down the East Coast, trying out different seafoods that this beautiful country has to offer. And it's ending here in Florida, which some might consider to be the seafood capital of the USA.
100%.
What comes to mind when you think seafood in Florida?
Well, one of the main things that come to mind, of course, is stone crabs. They're a delicacy that's only in season
in 7 months a year. I hate to say it like this, but it's like a drug.
Good kind of drug.
One thing I was told coming to Florida is that if I'm gonna try seafood, I have to try grouper. That's what's in front of us right now.
Yes.
Black groupers are commonly found in the Gulf of Mexico and South Atlantic Ocean. They must be at least 22 inches to land, but they can reach up to 52 inches and a whopping 180 pounds.
It is my favorite fish, by the way. Next to hogfish. You ever had hogfish?
I've never had hogfish.
What?
Never.
Oh my God.
That's a good one, huh?
We don't get it often, but when we get it, it sells right away.
I gotta try hogfish, but let's try this crappy grouper first. I'm just kidding.
First, sprinkle salt and pepper on the butter-soaked grouper fillet. It sizzles as it hits the pan with hot oil. Deglaze the fillet with white wine, adding more butter and thyme. Then give it a moment alone in the oven. Lay the fish atop a generous mound of jumbo lump crab meat. Crown it with jumbo shrimp and a few slices of avocado. Drizzle the creation with beurre blanc, a rich blend of white wine, lemon, and butter. And finish with a sprinkle of microgreens.
Oh, wow. Wow, that is delicious, everybody.
That's really good. It's got a nice bite to it. It's flaky, but it doesn't just fall apart into nothing.
It's a thick, flaky fish.
This is cooked beautifully, and the fish, the ingredient itself to begin with, is magnificent. It's got bite to it.
And it's light.
So this isn't a cow, and that's okay.
Maybe it's the cow of the sea, Sonny.
By the way, I saw one of those. I saw a manatee today. I wanted to jump on its back so badly.
No, Sonny, you cannot do that. It's
I
illegal.
don't hope that anymore. Sorry about
Good.
that.
Yeah, we don't want to do that, everybody. You get in big trouble.
This, undoubtedly, excellent. But I've not had grouper yet on my trip. This is my first grouper. I have nothing to compare it to. So far on this trip, I've had 2 lobsters. I had Maine lobster and the spiny lobster here in Florida. Now, for me, unequivocally, I would have to say I love the Maine lobster.
Why?
One of the best parts of a Maine lobster are the claws. The claws are soft, succulent, and juicy. They're even softer than the tail meat. They're perfect for a lobster roll. Spiny lobster. Where are the claws?
The reason you like the claw is because the tail of the Maine lobster is not good. That's the opposite from the Florida lobster, which the tails is better. And also, sometimes it's way too sweet on the Maine lobster.
Oh my God. I've never heard someone call seafood too sweet. Michael, tiebreaker.
Honestly, I like the Florida lobster. I love the taste of Florida lobster.
The guy that don't like seafood saying that you don't like Florida lobster.
Right here we have some chilled stone crab claws. Now, I have been working hard all day to get to this moment right here. Please, my friend.
Did you catch this yourself?
It's been a long day. Let me tell you. I woke up at 5 a.m. I was on a boat. Somebody on my team threw up. Here's footage of that again. He's right behind me.
That must have been a lot of fun.
Should we start with knuckle?
I mean, I always start with the knuckle.
Where's the mustard?
This is the mustard sauce. That's our famous mustard.
No butter, no mayonnaise, mustard. Cheers.
Wow.
It's delicious, huh, gentlemen?
Wow, it took my breath away.
That is amazing. I can't believe you caught it.
These boys were swimming yesterday.
These were alive. Wait, they're still alive.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Yes, they are.
That's what I learned today.
So are you telling me that this is the only animal you can eat it twice?
Potentially for decades. 3 years later, the claws, they could get this big again.
So it's the gift that keeps on giving.
100%. Now listen, mustard, that was nice. The meat itself, it's got a nice firmness to it, a wonderful texture, a great bite.
Slightly sweet.
Slightly sweet, but not too sweet for Guga here. So we tried the mustard. I say
we dunk in the butter, son.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers, brother.
I know sometimes life can be tough.
The butter's so good.
Undeniable.
Everything's better with butter.
Absolutely.
Reflecting back on this trip so far, I've learned a lot. I'm from Minnesota. We have a red lobster. This trip, I've learned so much about different regions and these beautiful pockets of America up and down the East Coast. I have 2 major takeaways. One is that fishermen work their asses off. They're diligent, they put in a hard day's work, and they do it again and again and again.
It's hard work too.
It's hard work.
Doesn't matter if it's a good day, if it's a bad day, they're always there to get their catch. And sometimes you get lucky, and other times you don't.
Right. And they don't have control over the market or what they're gonna get paid that day, that month, or that year. I'm very impressed with the fishermen, but also with the chefs who choose to take on the challenge of serving seafood to their customers. You gotta get the freshest seafood possible, and it has a very narrow shelf life, especially if you're looking at stuff like Maine lobster. It's not gonna be there forever, and they need that to be alive, even if it gets to Minnesota or gets to China.
Sonny, out of the entire trip, which one was your favorite?
Oh, which seafood?
Yes, sir. We want to know. What stood out the most? It's the Florida lobster, but just tell me.
I think a once-in-a-lifetime experience when I was in Maryland. I had soft shell crab for the first time. It had just shed its shell the night before. We put the whole thing in a skillet. It was like a sausage stuffed with crab meat. It was amazing.
Whoa.
For me, I don't think I can replicate that.
But it's still not better than the Florida lobster, I'm sorry.
Boom, guys, that is the end of video number 6 in the USA. The seafood tour is complete. We went all the way from basically Canada to basically almost Cuba. Pretty close. Huge thank you to Guga for coming and hanging out with me tonight for this meal. It was a pleasure.
Thanks for having me, brother.
You can find Guga at Guga Foods, at Guga, and at Sous Vide Everything. 3 different channels. There's so much stuff, so much food, so much entertainment for you to see with my man Guga. Go check it out.
Thank you, Sonny.
Otherwise, guys, that is it for this one. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you next time. Peace. All right, should we go outside? We can jump off the pier
I think
here.
so.
We're
let's
like
go.
on the ocean,
Let's
right?
eat
Let's
some
go
more
catch
lobster.
some.
Yes,
On the ocean
or the
floor.
lobster to be specific.
No, it's okay to be different.
You're
Yeah,
wrong.
no, you're right. This is a spiny lobster, and this is a slipper lobster. And these are just 2 of the 75 lobster species you'll find around the world.
Today, I'm on a mission to eat every lobster in Asia.
They're not messing around here.
And by the end of this video,
That's a big fat beauty.
I'll be taking on the most expensive, most massive lobster that money can buy. But first, these guys, what many refer to as a freshwater lobster.
That being the crawfish. This is going to be the cheapest lobster-like creature we'll be eating all day, coming in at just 13 cents for one of these guys. There is just one small problem. This is not a lobster. Crawfish live in rivers, swamps, and lakes. They are freshwater creatures, whereas lobsters, they live in the ocean. So why am I including that? Because they have all the hallmarks of a lobster. First, in the front, 2 claws, vicious. In the back, a plump, juicy tail. In the middle, a big head, resembling that of a lobster. So basically the point is we're cheating a little bit because we wanted to include more foods in this lobster video.
Traditional Louisiana Cajun crawfish are tossed in a cayenne pepper-based boil. But in the hands of Chef Nikki, owner of the restaurant Cao Ba, that familiar recipe gets an Asian twist. First, she heats up a wok. She adds creamy butter and fragrant garlic oil. Then she fills the pan with plenty of crawfish, stirring thoroughly to let them absorb those rich flavors.
The advantage of the crawfish is that you can eat a lot without breaking your bank. They're way cheaper than lobsters, not as sweet, not meaty as the lobsters. However, if you know how to do it right, it's more fun to work with crawfish than lobsters.
For a little bit of heat and a little bit of sweet, Cajun season and sugarcane molasses. Now for the Asian twist. Lemongrass, lime leaves, fish sauce, pineapple, and fresh basil bring a hit of aromatic freshness.
Everything coming from this pot smells fresh and amazing. Here in Vietnam, they utilize everything. And so I want to see what is inside of this claw. And I want to see if I can actually break it. There we go. That's legit. That is our first bite of the day. Oh, small but mighty. It is slightly sweet. It's just like you're barely getting the essence of the flavor of the crayfish. Yes, my body is yearning for something larger and more substantial, like my wife on our wedding night. Wait, what? I meant to talk to my therapist about that, not you guys. Let's move on to the tail meat. The proper way to eat this is you grab the tail, give it a little bit of a twist, then you suck the head. Oh my God, it's quite delicious. I actually do taste that Cajun seasoning. Now that I've sucked the soul out of that body, I'm gonna open up the tail. That is all the meat from one crawfish. That is so delicious. It's almost like a sweet Cajun glaze. There's familiar flavors, but also something new. I'm getting overwhelming sweetness from the pineapple, and I'm getting fresh aromatics from the lemongrass. It's something completely different. It does have a little bit of that lobstery sweetness, but since it's fresh water, it also has some minerality to it too. So it's fairly different from a lobster. I almost wish they could grow a bigger size version of crawfish. Wait.
There's a long lineup of lobsters that I'm gonna try in this video, ranging from a few bucks to a few $100s. Some are grilled, while others aren't cooked at all.
That's not something you see every day.
But before that, let's check out these small but mighty lobsters that cost 8 times more than the crawfish.
Our next lobster option is right here, the langoustine. These guys cost about $2.40 a piece. Now these guys are more expensive per pound than the average American lobster, and that's because they're elusive, hard to catch.
Langoustines thrive in the cold waters of the North Atlantic Ocean, burrowing into the seabed up to half a mile deep.
These particular guys are from Ireland. You could tell because of their Irish accent.
Your wife is in me DMs, hey baby!
The langoustine is indeed part of the lobster family. They do have claws, and they have delicious meat in their tail. The next step is to turn them into something delicious.
Right after being caught, these langoustines are parboiled, flash frozen, and shipped to restaurants all around the world. Soon these guys will be transformed into an elegant ceviche. After peeling, the langoustines get a sprinkle of salt and pepper, followed by a drizzle of olive oil. A quick torch adds a touch of smokiness while keeping the inside raw and delicate. Next, the flavors are elevated with fresh lemon zest and a pinch of chili powder. And a little more olive oil. Now onto the sauce. Fresh green apple and amberella juice are extracted, then gently heated and seasoned with a touch of sugar and salt. With all the elements ready, it's time for the assembly. A bed of pomelo pulp serves as the base for our Irish langoustines. Each is crowned with a dollop of caviar. Delicate agar-agar jelly is added for texture, followed by a flourish of edible flowers. For a final touch, a pesto sauce is mixed with the green juice before being poured over the dish.
I don't want to ruin it by eating it. It's so gorgeous. There's flowers on it. It looks like it was put together by children with small hands, but actually it was made by a full-sized dude. Thanks, Chef Dude. Here's the thing. Langoustine, I have had it raw, plucked straight from the ocean. It was so good. But here what they've done is added a lot more flavor. My idea is to use my fork and hand together and position it in my mouth. Oh, that's very good. Fascinating because it has been partially cooked, but it really does still feel raw. It doesn't feel plump or dense like a fully cooked langoustine. The flavors, fruity, a little bit sour, and then you get that rich hit of caviar as well. People oftentimes compare the langoustine to shrimp, but to me it tastes like something completely all its own. This, my friends, is the langoustine.
Soon we'll reveal which lobster is the biggest and most expensive of the day. But before we get to that, we've got this oddball that looks less like a lobster and more like a steampunk Roomba.
They're known as slipper lobsters, and inside this tank we have two different species. Let's start with the small one. Oh, it's flat. It looks like it got ran over by an 18-wheeler. Instead of having the long antenna like a spiny lobster, it has this, a flat, flappy antenna right in front of its eyeballs.
Those flat antennas help them burrow into the sea floor, making them experts in camouflage. Though they're found worldwide, these lobsters were caught right here in Vietnam.
The price for one of these little guys is $18.50. Wowza. And that's for the little one. Let's go check out the big one. This one's gonna be rowdy. Yeah, buddy. This is the big version of what we just saw. For one guy like this, it costs $117. I'm gonna try to open his tail. Let's see what happens. Scared the shit out of me. This right here is what we're after. That big, beautiful, juicy tail. Here you can see a size comparison between the two different lobsters. This one, absolutely massive. This one, petite, cute, and can I say, more affordable. We're gonna be eating two different species of slipper lobster, and they're gonna prepare them in two different ways.
Start by infusing hot water with lemongrass and lime leaves. Drop in both species of slipper lobster, then simmer for 10 minutes, allowing the bright aromas to seep through their shells. When all the lobsters turn the same shade of orange, they're ready for the next step. Split them open and reveal the tender, succulent meat inside. I'll be tasting the expensive red slipper lobster soon. But first, the smaller, cheaper slipper lobster. In a pan, the chef melts butter and tosses in onions, carrots, and crispy bacon, allowing them to lightly saute. He enriches the mixture with water, milk, whipped cream, egg yolk, sugar, and a roux. Whisk it until the flavors come together, forming a thick, creamy, bacony spread. Generously coat the lobster with this rich cream, then sprinkle on a layer of cheese. Bake them in the oven for 10 minutes until the cheese melts, forming a golden crust. All that's left is to plate them up and serve.
This is a preparation that's not just loved in Vietnam, it's adored. People love to put cheese on seafood. For the smaller lobster, I would say this is fairly substantial. Wow, they're not messing around here. That is delicious. It's very creamy and it's sweet. It's almost like putting a melted cheesecake on your lobster. Cheesy, creamy. I've got some of that bacon in there. The taste of that cream and the cheese, it mingles so well with the lobster itself. The lobster is sweet. It has a lovely texture. It's slightly tender, slightly stringy. These are addictive. And if I keep eating this, I'm gonna need some lobster rehab for sure. It's so new, it's so different, it's so Vietnamese. It's like a bacony, lobstery marshmallow. Very addictive, very delicious, very affordable compared to this guy right here.
This is one of Vietnam's classic seafood preparations. Place the freshly boiled premium slipper lobster on the grill shell side down. Sauce them with a blend of sweet and savory scallion oil, infused with chili sauce, pepper, MSG, and crushed peanuts. A sprinkle of crispy fried shallots adds a light oniony aroma and satisfying crunch. This red slipper lobster meat is said to be sweeter than the velvet lobster, hence the heftier price tag. I'll see for myself if it's really worth it.
This is the red slipper lobster, the most expensive one, costing $117. That means it's nearly $60 for this half. I'm gonna dig my fork in there. We're looking for a successful extraction. Let's go. Oh yeah, baby. Oh, it's got some weight to it. Now it's time for the moment of truth. Let's give it a shot. On this lobster, that meat, it's a little bit more dense. It's a mouthful. You've got that natural oceanic sweetness of the lobster pairing perfectly with that shallot oil and those fried shallots. It's like a little bit of bitter and a little bit of sweet together. What I like, and I think David Attenborough echoes the same sentiment, is that there are creatures of the sea that sometimes you see and you think, maybe I shouldn't eat that, but actually, you should. Right, David Attenborough? He would agree.
As we move on to our fifth contender, the lobsters are only getting bigger and more expensive. Here, a rare beauty, gifted to us by the deep coastal waters of Australia.
The Australian red lobster, coming in at $130 a piece. First of all, this lobster is far different from any lobster we've seen so far today. Just look at its incredible body. No claws, but in a way it makes up for the lack of claw meat with these right here. Its big, long, spidery legs. But what we're after is this right here. That big, beautiful muscle, you can almost see it through its translucent skin. The muscle within the tail is the most prized part of this creature. My favorite part of these lobsters is absolutely not this part. My favorite part about these lobsters is how badass they look. Their eyes are easily protected by these giant spikes that protrude over each eyeball. Beyond that, it's got spikes all over its body. It's got spikes on its antennas. The whole thing is a spiky mess that if you mess with, could easily leave you damaged or leave your skin torn from your body. Here's the most important thing. Because these guys grow up in deep, frigid, cold waters, their meat is firm, fatty, succulent, and delicious. These are one of Australia's most expensive seafood exports, and they're prized as a luxury item in countries like China and here in Vietnam.
To prepare the Australian red lobster, first remove its meaty tail, snip off its legs, then separate what's known as the throat from the carapace and cut it into smaller pieces. Now let's get to cooking. In a pot, fry up some red onions, white onions, garlic, and chilies. Next, drop in the lobster throat, add some cooking wine, and set it on fire. Let that steam rise, then add the lobster head. Fill the pot with water and let it simmer. Drop in the lobster tail and legs, letting them cook in those fragrant flavors. When it's ready, immediately ice the tail and legs to ensure the perfect texture. Now here's my favorite part. The chef expertly handles the meat extraction, so later I can sit back and enjoy with no hassle. The tail shell is removed effortlessly, and the leg meat is extracted with surgical precision. Now, back to the soup. Take out the carapace and set it to the side. Strain the soup and continue to simmer, adding sliced bamboo shoots, river leaf creepers, and salt. Now for the assembly. In a soup plate, arrange the bamboo shoots. Place the creepy river leaves in the center. Nestle the lobster tail right on top, then add the carapace for visual appeal and price justification. Place the leg meat on the edge of the plate, then pour in the soup. For the finishing touch, add in a few drops of chili oil, cilantro oil, and basil oil.
Our Australian red lobster course has arrived and it looks opulent. Amazing. Visually, the leg meat as it's laid out now looks awesome. This is the first thing I'm going to try. Let's give it a shot. It's a very unique texture. It's a little bit dense and succulent, that's for sure. Beyond the tail and the legs, of course, we have the giant head right here. The inside of the head is full of what's known as tamale, and they've used that to create kind of a lobster stock for the broth here. There we go. Not awkward. Oh, that's delicious. A very clean, simple, straightforward broth. It tastes like these leaves they put inside. It tastes a little bit like the bamboo shoots, and then of course the essence of lobster. Now it's really time to take apart this masterpiece and see what it's like inside. Oh, that makes sense. I thought this would be harder to remove. Oh God, this is it right here. Now talk about dense. This is certainly not a sinewy, falling apart tail. That is a solid piece of meat. That's what my wife said on our first date. I took her to a steak restaurant. Oh my gosh, it is snow white, pure indulgence. Oh yeah, baby. The flavors of the soup are very mild, and then you're just getting the true natural flavors of the lobster, which are sweet and decadent, but still a bit subtle. Oh man, I hate this job. It's tough. This, excellent. Different from any food we've had so far. It is a soup, and perhaps the only lobster soup we'll be experiencing today.
Our next lobster flew halfway across the world to join us. And the best part, he's still alive.
Oh, this right here is the American lobster. This guy weighs in at over 6 pounds, and he costs over $160. How much? And he costs, yeah, there you go. The American lobster is the biggest of all the lobsters. These guys grow up deep in the Atlantic Ocean where it is freezing and where they have to store more body fat to stay warm. And you know what fat is? Fat is flavor. I would say the most special thing about these lobsters is right here. That claw meat, baby. Look, at the end of their feet, they also have more claws. How many claws do you need in a day? I'm now about to find out what happens when you put your finger in the leg claw of a lobster. I've never seen anybody do this, not even Coyote Pearson, whatever that guy's name is. All right, here we go.
This American lobster is being served up in 2 courses. The first featuring the often discarded lobster blood. First, the chef minces a pile of tiger prawns with culantro. Then he adds cilantro. A few slices of lime garnish the plate. Now the chef pierces the lobster with a giant needle, extracting its blood, letting it drip over the minced shrimp. As with pork or beef blood, after a few minutes it coagulates, becoming solid.
Yeah, that's not something you see every day. In Vietnam, they have a long, rich history of eating raw blood from different animals. It's not just a lobster. It's all been solidified. Let's give it a shot. Wow. Whoa. That was pretty intense. It is salty, it is briny, it tastes of the ocean. But no, it's not ocean water, because ocean water doesn't become solid like this. You're getting a lot here in one bite. You're getting these fragrant aromatics, you're getting that shrimp that gives it some body, and you're getting some crunchy bits. But really, what takes over your mouth more than anything is that intense taste of briny lobster blood jello. The more you eat it, the more you'll like it. Right here you can see some of that coagulated blood. It is a mysterious fluid, like those found in most of the hotel rooms I stay in. Coming up next, sashimi. Chef, take it away. The chef starts by taking the scissors to remove the tail. After removing the tail, he uses the scissors to remove the hard shell from the outside. He uses a knife to carefully carve out that uncooked meat from the inside. From here, he's moving the nasty bits from the underside of the tail. All that remains is this semi-translucent hunk of meat that he's now slicing into little bite-sized pieces. From here, he moves the tail meat onto the ice. Ooh, it's looking slimy. This is the first part of this meal, the tail. What's gonna happen next is he's gonna carve out the raw meat from inside the claw. Oh my God, he reaches for his heavy cleaver. Yes, do it. I'm getting shards of shell in my eye. I'm getting debris. His approach is to cut around the edges to free the meat inside. So at this point, he's cut the whole periphery of the claw, and he's gonna slowly use a knife to detach the muscle from the shell. Oh, he puts it in an arm bar, and we're left with this right here. Just a big goopy piece of claw meat. It looks incredible. So now he's gonna cut the claw goo into bite-sized pieces. Oh, and he puts that atop the ice. Now, I've had sashimi lobster tail before, so I know that I actually like this. It's something familiar, but these gooey claws, well, we're gonna find out soon. Right here, I've got a nice piece of tail. It's sinewy, it's stringy, it's fascinating. It immediately soaks up that salty goodness. Let's throw it back. I knew it. I knew that would be good. The wasabi gives you a little bit of a hit, a little sting. That soy sauce, it's providing so much salt, so much flavor. It's bringing out the flavor of the lobster. But then we have the claw. Right here, we have some of the gooeyest animal meat I've ever seen. Oh, boy. You know what? No soy sauce. I don't need any training wheels for my food today. Neat. Salty, briny. It tastes like that blood jello that we had earlier, but the texture is out of this world. Cooking does so much. Oh, you know what? It's a bit like an oyster, but a really big, soft, fleshy oyster. Is it good? No, it's off-putting. This is the second most expensive lobster dish of the day. But coming up next, the most expensive lobster dish of the day. Pretty obvious. Everything we've done today has built up to this moment. Let's reach inside and pull it out to take a look. Oh my God, that's a big fat beauty. Vietnam is home to many species of spiny lobster, but this is the most famous. This is the ornate spiny lobster. It is very ornate. Look how ornate it is. This one is coming in at nearly 4 pounds, but the price is an astronomical $250. Yes, for this guy who is essentially an amputee. You've got no arms. It has no claws, but it does have a fat, juicy tail. This bad boy right here is gonna be turned into risotto.
First, boil the spiny lobster with onion and lemon to mellow out any fishy taste. This lobster often hides in deep ocean crevices, making it challenging to catch. On top of that, its prized meat is firm, juicy, and packed with exceptional sweetness, making it one of the most sought-after and luxurious lobsters in the world. Season the lobster tail with salt and pepper. Heat some olive oil in a pan, then gently sear the tail, crisping up the exterior. Add in a generous amount of butter, thyme, and garlic. As the butter melts and absorbs all the flavors in the pan, the chef uses it to baste the lobster. After a few minutes, the lobster tail is finished off in the oven. In the same pan, quickly sauté shallots, then add risotto rice. After stirring, pour in a lobster stock made from the lobster head and vegetables. Enhance the rice with miso paste, Parmesan cheese, and more butter. Add salt to taste and let the flavors meld together. Once cooked, transfer the risotto into a bowl, then smooth the surface, because our lobster accepts no other condition. Once the lobster joins the risotto, the chef adds mascarpone cheese, dried tomatoes, pickled shallots, and edible flowers. Finish with parsley and bon appetito.
Ladies and gentlemen, the $250 lobster risotto. It looks incredible. We're gonna build up to that big, beautiful, glorious tail, but first, I wanna try some of this risotto. Oh my God. It's creamy, it's thick, it is delicious. It tastes of lobstery seafood essence. There's different spices and seasonings tickling my taste buds and moments and nuances that hit me and then fade away. I can't really pin down some of the ingredients. I'm amazed how much of an umami flavor the risotto has, but that is not the star of this dish. The star is right here, the tail. I'm gonna plunge my fork into this soft flesh. Oh my God. This is half of it. Oh my God. It's so delicious. I almost burst into tears. It's very nice. It is a huge amount of meat. I don't recommend taking a bite that big. It is sweet, it's soft, but it has some bite to it. I still find it to be succulent and juicy. What's this, a plant? Fucking stem? I think the best thing I could do is pair this meat with the risotto. That was good. 300% flavor. I taste Parmesan, butter, it's cheesy, it's umami, it's savory, and then you've just got a big chunk of opulent seafood in your mouth at the same time. An Italian preparation of an Asian lobster. The fusion, it works beautifully. Like when you're a white guy and you meet a Vietnamese lady and you have a kid. It's crossbreed. It's supposed to be stronger than a purebred. That's what I heard. Today I ate every kind of lobster I could find in Asia. Some were domestic, some were foreigners. All of them were pretty dang delicious. Which one was victorious in this head-to-head battle? The answer, the spiny lobster. When you have basically a 2-pound piece of spiny lobster tail meat and you slap that on top of some decadent risotto, oof, that for me was like a 10 out of 10 experience.
Hungry for more fun food videos? Join me at More Best Ever Food Review Show, a channel that's unfiltered, raw, half the quality, and twice the fun.
Could you walk away and come back? Oh, look, the server.
Subscribe now and you probably won't regret it.
Here you can see a size comparison between the two crabs. One monster red slipper crab. This is more of a starter lobster. You know, like a starter home. A pricey crustacean. Is it a crustacean? Are you a crustacean? Hey! Oh, you're so naughty. Stop it. Oh. Whenever you go into a Red Lobster, the tank looks like a refugee camp for seafood. It's just like 4 tiny, ill lobsters hiding in the corner, huddled over each other, trying to protect themselves from an unknown fate. What do you guys think? You saw 7 different lobsters in this video. Which one would you most want to try? Let me know downstairs in the comments below. Otherwise, that is it for this video, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you next time. Peace. All right, I can't wait to do eating every snail, every shrimp, every shark, every dolphin. Oh man, it's gonna be great. Ooh, every whale. Comer? ¿Puedo comer? ¿Esto puedo comer?
In this extra special extended series,
oh yeah, it's super delicious.
We're doing a deep dive into Chile's most outrageous food. Our journey begins in Chile's capital, Santiago. This is the culinary melting pot of this long, narrow country. Here you'll find everything from food on the streets.
I've never had chorizo like this.
To oceanic oddities and some of the most succulent seafood in the southern hemisphere.
This is very disturbing. I want to eat it now.
And I'm here to try it all. Starting with the most iconic street food you absolutely must try when you come to Santiago.
We've come to our first location behind me right here, Kiosco Roca. Today we're going to be trying a food called chori quesos. Chori, short for chorizo, a spicy little sausage. Do not make a penis joke. Queso, short for cheese. No, it's not short, that's just cheese. Put it together, you have chori queso. Right here on the outside of the restaurant, they have a menu. Let's take a closer look. Here it is. You can get 2 chori quesos plus 1 leche con plantano. Platano. How do you say that? Platano. This is like a down payment on a car, but in fact, that's about $5. I say something really quick, no offense, that's dollars. That's ours, okay? Make your own money sign. Let's go inside and see how they make it. Boom, right now I am in the kitchen right here with Gabriel, and we are about to make the chori quesos. It all starts with taking the bread out of its bread jail. He zeroes out the bread, making sure that each sandwich gets the exact right amount of chorizo. I thought he weighed the bread. He does not weigh the bread. Give that a nice little smear. From here, get a thick square of queso. Once the cheese is applied, it's gonna head on over here to the oven. We'll see you soon. The time has come to put it in a different oven. Okay, it's not ready. Here it comes. From here, he puts them together, and that is ready to eat. Sir, muchas gracias. Boom, we have a quintessential Santiagoan. We have breakfast. It's right here, take a look. Now, this is 2 portions. To get 2 of these plus 1 drink is roughly $4. Very affordable and a quick way to get something to eat in the morning. Let's talk about this first. This is leche con plátano. It means milk with banana. We'll try it out. Actually quite delicious. Let's take a look at it. It's still warm and toasty. The cheese has melted down a little bit. The queso is not in a sausage form. It's just a chorizo spread at this point. Let's go for it. I've never had chorizo like this. It doesn't even taste like it could be put inside a sausage. It tastes like a chorizo pate. but it's porky and filled with delicious spices. I actually really love it. This is our first course, our first experience of food in Santiago, but we have 4 more to see, and they're only going to get better. Let's keep moving. Behind me, a restaurant known as Domino, serving something that is uniquely Chilean, the completo. That is not actually it. It's that one right there. What is a completo? Now, it is a hot dog, but it's a very different hot dog than you've ever seen before, and it's something that was potentially invented in this restaurant right behind me. A standard completo typically includes a steamed or boiled hot dog served on a bun, much like in the USA. However, it is the toppings that set this bad boy apart. I'm talking sauerkraut, avocado, mayonnaise, tomatoes. Right now, we're heading inside the restaurant, and this place is really amazing. On this side, we've got juice, and then on this side, this is where all the food action is happening. Let's go see how it's made. Hola. He's like, I don't care about your video. Fair enough. I'm in the kitchen right now with Octavio. This is the head chef. This is the main guy. If you upset him, you're kind of SOL. I mean, shit out of luck. We've got the hot dog in the bun. First, starting out with guacamole, then mayonnaise. This right here is the sauerkraut. You think he's done, but no. We've got onions and cilantro, and finally, he's topping it with tomatoes. That is definitely complete. Gracias. Oh, he's a friendly guy. Boom! We've got our food right here. I ordered 3 because we had to keep making them because I kept missing the shots. This is the completo plus avocado. Actually, this mixture of ingredients locally at the store is known as dinamico. In English, dynamic. And it's looking dynamic as heck. When he just put the avocado on there, I'm like, you should be done. Now it's still eatable. And then he put on like 5 more layers. Cheers. Oh, what a combo. I thought it was gonna taste heavy. It's perfect. It's kind of light. It's all working together pretty well. You get a little bit of kick from the onion. You get some acid from the tomatoes. The dog is like a Chilean miner, and all the rubble is on top. Is that okay? Can I say that?
It was like 8 years ago, so if we're good, we can do minor jokes.
Minor jokes. And they all lived, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna do that with my team. It's a team building exercise later this year. Oh no, we're trapped in a mine. Only I know where the door is. Oh my God. It's very delicious. I'm told you can add flavor components using this right here. We've got ketchup, mustard, strong mustard, and a Chilean chile sauce. I'm told it's spicy, but that if you live in Vietnam, you're probably fine. What am I doing? I don't know if we're gonna top this food experience today. When they say completo, they are not joking. This is complete and doesn't need anything else. Completo means complete, right? Yeah, I know a little bit of Spanish. So that is the completo, but we have a lot more to see. Let's keep moving. We have come to our next destination. There's so many different types of street food here, and most of them are in shopping carts, and actually most of the food is represented from many different locations other than Chile, except for this one food that's behind me. This is the sopepilla. That gets put into here. This is oil. Legally, we cannot film that going into there, but you'll have to imagine the sounds. It would be sizzling, it'd be boiling, and boom, we take it out. All right, after the sopepilla is done frying, it comes over here. Let's take a couple of these. This is gonna be the base for our dish. Over here, they have the typical things we've seen so far today: mustard, ketchup, mayonnaise, chili sauce. This is probably a barbecue. But then they have a couple other sauces I've not seen before. Right here, this looks like a Japanese curry, but it's far from it. This is mustard, vinegar, and sauerkraut. Maybe some carrot too. And then this here, this is more like a Chilean spicy sauce. Uh-oh, guys, there's a mass exodus right now of food trucks. Just a moment ago, this place was full of these shopping carts. Now everyone's leaving. They're trying to get the heck out of here. Probably because the police are coming in. It's technically illegal for them to have all their stuff here. Wow, their chicken is literally frying as we speak, and she's running. I've never seen anything like this. And just like that, the police are gone, and all the food carts are headed back to where they were. That is something else. That was really a wild situation. I was in the middle of making some delicious sopepillas. We've got our Chilean spicy sauce right here. I want something to calm down that spice. Right here, mayonnaise. The best part about this mayonnaise is that it's been sitting out in the sun all day. Oh, it looks like a thick frosting. Sopepillas are ready. Let's try it out. There are still carts coming back right now here, as you can see. This is something I've seen before in Vietnam and other countries too. It's kind of mind-blowing because as an American, we think of laws a little bit more black and white, I think, and there's more like the rule of law. But here, the police show up, everyone scatters, but it's not like it would be hard to catch them. I mean, they're literally boiling fried chicken in a shopping cart as they're running away. How hard would it be to catch someone like that? It doesn't seem their purpose is to catch anybody necessarily, but to deter them or make life more difficult for them. Anyways, sopepillas right here. Check it out. It looks puffy, it looks crunchy, it looks pretty delicious actually. Cheers. Oh, wow, that spicy sauce is so sour and a bit spicy too. Luckily, I got some mayonnaise in there to cool me down. The sopapilla, that was fried maybe an hour ago. It's certainly not especially crunchy, but kind of pillowy and dense in the middle. Overall, I like it. I think it would be a lot better served fresh, but when you're in these conditions, when you're in this part of town, you don't always have that option. And that's why for this food right here, it costs roughly 50 cents for everything you see here. This is street food in the true sense of the word. This is also illegal street food. Next, we're going to an establishment where if you eat there, you don't go to jail. Let's check it out. We have come to our third location, but first, check out this amazing corridor this way and back this way. This is a foodie hallway of heaven. It's called Portal Fernandez Concha. I didn't realize how much this country is in love with hot dogs until coming to this massive food hallway. There are at least 10 different establishments selling hot dogs. But we've come here not for the hot dogs, but for an epic sandwich much bigger than what we had for breakfast. It includes beef. Let me show you. Take a look. You can see they have pizza, french fries, eggs, soup, steak, hot dogs, all of it made out of delicious plastic. Am I sure? Is that what you said? Is that real food or plastic food?
It is real food.
Oh my God. It's real food. I swear to God, you go to Korea, they have a company that specializes in making plastic versions of your food. I thought that's what's going on here, but no, every day they just cook up 15 dishes that have to go in the trash. So what's my point? Today we're gonna be having churrasco. This is a type of beef that goes inside a sandwich. That beautiful beef you see right there, that's gonna be sliding between my buns. Oh, wait, what the? Let's go inside and see how it works. Between my buns. All right, folks, I've broken into the kitchen. I've got Jimmy, and we are going to be making the churrasco italiano with queso. Let's get to it. Sandwich preparations are about to begin, and it all starts with the churrasco. Hit the griddle with a little bit of oil and dump the beef on top. It is very thin layers of beef. He has to separate it out. Right here, we have the bread. He carefully slices it in half. That is a big sandwich, and those carbs hit the flat top. Thank you, Jimmy, for warming up my buns. He's handling my meat. Now it is time to place the meat on top of the bread, piece by piece, completely covering the carbohydrates below. This wouldn't ordinarily come with queso, but I'm not an ordinary guy. I like his move. He puts the queso directly on the flat top to melt and get extra gooey. That is how you put cheese on a sandwich. Just straight up melted on the griddle. Now for our toppings. First, beautiful thin layers of tomato going on top of the cheese. Top bun gets a flip. It goes on top. Now he gives it a little bit of a cut in half. Then he removes the top bun. This is next level because he's going to be putting the guacamole. Now, if you cut it after he put the guacamole would go everywhere. And then we have this beautiful white thick mayonnaise. He tosses it back on, and that is complete. Jimmy, muchas gracias. They call this the Italiano not because it has anything to do with Italian cuisine, but because of the colors of the fillings. The Italian flag, it has white like mayo, green like avocado, and red like tomato. People here, they are in love with mayo. This is a ridiculous amount of mayo, so I don't know how it's gonna work out. It's working out real good. The beef looks really lean to me. It is so tender, and then all those condiments inside, just making it nice, light, soft, rich. Oh my God, at the insides, the cheese is just so stretchy. This is one of the best sandwiches I've had in a long time. It's pure deliciousness. What's unique about it is it's not guacamole, it's just straight avocado. And it's delicious, especially when you mix it with the mayo. While we're here, there is one more unique sandwich I wanted to try. This right here, it is the chacarero. First of all, a mountain of mayonnaise. Complete disregard for my health. Look at that thick layer. These are like string beans. It is quite a unique blend of ingredients. Green beans in a sandwich. Have I ever seen that before? No. No, I haven't. So about an inch of mayo, green beans, tomato. We have that same beef. Let's try it out. It's about what you would imagine. It is wet, cold beans on a delicious sandwich. Can I be honest? Not my favorite. It's not like it's awful or disgusting. It just feels misplaced. Every time I take another chomp, I'm wondering, why is that on there? The sandwich without it is so incredible. Why are people doing this?
Because we like our vegetables.
I'm not buying that. It's super unique. I like seeing new things. I like trying new things. But do I actually like it? Well, I like the first one a lot more. We have a couple more foods to go. Let's keep moving. We have moved on to Emporio Zunino. This place is almost 100 years old. That's older than your mom. That's really getting up there. This place is famous for one thing, the empanada. I know you think you know what an empanada looks like, but here, they're doing empanadas in a way that I have never seen before. All right, folks, right now we are walking into the kitchen to see where the magic happens, to see where these empanadas are made. Because these empanadas are not fried, they are baked in the oven right here. Take a look. We got Sandro, and then right here we have a load of empanadas. These are Pino empanadas. They're already made, they're already prepared, they're already stuffed, but now he's gonna hit them with some egg wash, please. Oh my, what an artist. He's getting them nice and doused. This is gonna make them nice and crispy on top. From here, he's gonna toss it right into the hot oven, shut the door, and that's gonna hang out for a little bit. Whoosh. Right here, we have some queso empanadas, and these are golden brown and looking delicious. Now we're back to the Pino. He takes it out. It is certainly not done, but these need to be rotated. He said it's just like rotating tires on a car. See? See. Right here, you can see what the Pino looks like when it's completely finished. Oh, that is a thumbnail pose right there. Every time they come out of the oven, they head over here, and then when customers order, these folks grab them and dish them out. When I think of an empanada, I think of kind of a flipped over piece of dough that's been crimped on one side like a semicircle. This does not look like that. This looks like a big piece of puff pastry, egg wash on top, and full of queso. I want to bite into it, but I also just kind of want to rip it open to see what it does. Will we get a cheese pull? Oh my gosh, yes. There's a healthy amount of cheese in here. At the same time, an unhealthy amount of cheese. That looks fantastic.
Break it down.
What is not to love about that? It's about what you would expect. It is dough, it is cheese. No spices, no crazy seasoning. A very straightforward food, but very delicious. Because the way they're doing it here, everybody gets one that feels like it's hot and fresh from the oven. And that's the exact way that you want to eat something like this. Oh man, delicioso. Very good. Very good. Muy bien. Right here we have a side of peach juice, perfect to go with an empanada, or so I'm told. Cheers. Oh, that's good. So this is the first type of empanada, but they have one more called Pino. We're gonna get that next. So here we have round 2, empanada Pino. This is what we saw being made in the kitchen, and it looked fantastic. The only thing is that we didn't get to see it being stuffed with different stuff, but we're gonna see it now. Oh, ho, ho. Take a look at that. Beautiful layers of dough. It's almost like a beefy gravy in there with the onions. You can see the piece of egg, and then somewhere in here hidden, there is an olive, which is slightly terrifying because I'm told the olive has an olive seed inside. This might have been a mistake, actually. You don't see anyone in here eating it like this, and there's a reason for that. Dough bite. Oh my God, it's just like a delicious stewed beef, so much onion flavor. The onions have caramelized, they're a little bit sweet. You get a little bit of that egg in there. That's just a little bonus, I guess. Upon the olive, see? You could dye it, or you could grow an olive tree in your body. This is so excellente, I can't believe it. And it's completely different from the first one I had. I gotta be honest, that first one, good. I like cheese and bread together, but almost no flavor. This is overwhelmingly flavorful in the best way possible. This is nothing like any empanada I've had before. The only thing empanada-y about it is that there's bread on the outside and stuffing on the inside. But in general, my mind is blown and my stomach is very happy.
So now that you've got a grip on what Chilean food actually is, I want to show you how affordable it can be.
It smells like horse food.
Next, I'll be attempting to spend over $100 on Chilean street food in one day.
There's stuff inside of here. Oh my gosh, that is a surprise.
In a challenge that seems all but impossible. So let's give it a shot.
This morning we've come to Vega Central. This market has pretty much everything as long as it concerns food. Already outside we're seeing produce, we're seeing action, we're seeing a van. Right now we're gonna head inside and see what we can find. I have found something awesome right behind me here. This little shop is selling a ton of different local fast foods. And look, a country where it's acceptable to wake up early in the morning and eat some ass. It's one of the menu items. I've never eaten ass in Chile, and I would like to try some. It looks clean, it looks like it takes care of itself. Let's hop into the kitchen and see how they make this ass. They're a little bit weirded out, but it's gonna be okay. Soon we're gonna be best friends. Hola. Right here we have Jo Alice. She is our cook, our chef for today, making up some ass. Let's get into it. This is the churrasco. It's very thinly cut beef. She's gonna hit that with a little bit of oil. She has employed the chipped beef technique, cutting little bitty pieces. She puts on some salt, a little bit more oil. So this is garlic infused vegetable oil, and it smells delicious in here. Next up, the queso. She gets a nice slice of cheese, gives it a little bit of a dip in the hot dog water, then puts it right on the griddle. This is Gouda cheese. She puts the meat inside of the bun, and then the Gouda cheese goes on next. Oh my gosh, looks like a Philly cheese dog. Muchas gracias. That ass looks amazing. Now let's talk about the name. Let's talk about the elephant ass in the room. Apparently, the owner just told us it's a typo. It's supposed to be AS. It's still pronounced us, which is still funny. Aside from the hilarity of the name, it legitimately looks super delicious. Cheers. It's really good. The bun is super soft, the meat is juicy, and you get that garlic flavor immediately when you bite into this. This, I'm curious about. Queso. We have real cheese. Why not some weird chemical cheese? It's still a strange chemical cheese concoction, but it's delicious. I want to try one other thing on here. They have this spicy chili sauce. This feels very Mexican to me. Cilantro and onions. That's awesome. It's very spicy and very sour. And then the onion, it's got some kick. The cilantro is fresh. This costs $3.84. Very affordable. There are a few menu items here I've not tried before. I think I'm going to order something else here as well because we're on a bit of a hot streak. Let's keep going. I'm back in the kitchen again, and Joe Alice is... oh, she left. Right now we're making another food. This one's called pernil. Pernil.
Italiano.
This is not Italian food. That's all going to make sense soon. Let's get to cooking. It all starts with this beautiful, big, gigantic Chilean bread. That gets cut in half. Oh, that's for later. The bread is called marraqueta. Now, the process of making it Italian begins starting with avocado. We have green, then we have the white of the mayonnaise, and soon tomato. But first, we're going to warm that up on the griddle. This is slowly braised, soft, tender, and juicy pork. Hit it with some of that garlic oil and a little bit of salt. It's already cooked, but she's just getting it nice and hot and infusing it with that garlic oil. From here, it's going on to the bread. I think she's going for the tomatoes. Yes, this is our Italian flag, the red, the white, the green all together. She's gonna smash it down into one big, beautiful sandwich, and then she cuts it in half. And that is ready to eat. Muchas gracias. We have our pernil right here. The top is nice and crunchy. Tons of sauces inside. It's going to be very wet. And then you can see the soft pork that's been crispified on that delightfully hot griddle. It is hot back there. There's not a lot of space. You need to be a petite lady to work back there. You couldn't be this guy, for example. Far too big. I'm going to try to pick this up. Oh, there we go. Cheers. I know it. So good. There's just something special about putting globs and globs of avocado and mayonnaise on everything. The pork is succulent, soft, full of pork juices. There's a hit of garlic from that garlic oil. This is just all about pure pleasure. Even if you start growing tired of the sandwich you ordered, there's just a buffet of sauces, condiments, and salsas that you can put on top of it. For example, this, they call this a green chili, even though it's looking slightly yellow. Hit a little bit on the corner. A little bit of kick, some freshness, nothing crazy spicy. It's very good. And all this for under $5. It's a pretty incredible value. And actually, it's reminding me that it's going to be very difficult to get to $100 today if we keep eating like this. But let's see, still going to do my best. This whole market is basically like an open-air grocery store. They have a lot of produce, they have meat, they have this right here. I don't know Spanish much, but that says mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Finally, I found a country who loves mayonnaise as much as I do. Also, I am thrilled about the amount of cold-cut meats and cheeses that they have here. Chile is really famous for its produce, its fruits and vegetables, including this right here, delicious avocado. They love to put this in so many of their different street foods. It's smooth, it's creamy, it's delicious, and super affordable too. In any country, if you're trying to get a sense of what people really eat, it's best to start at the market. Because first you see the produce, the fruits and vegetables, but then you come here and you can see the different types of meat they're offering. Big, delicious, juicy cow feet. So people make a big deal about camel toes, but these cow toes are looking pretty good. Over here they have some chicken torsos. Here we have some of the offcuts of the chicken. We have gizzard, and then right next to it, chicken feet. So if you're into feet, especially animal feet, this is your place. Boom, we come to our next food right here. Like I said, there are a lot of people selling meat and deli meats, especially here, but I found another protein that I did not expect to find in this market. Right here, it's called charqui. And if you look at the picture, you may be able to discern what type of animal this is. It's horse. They dried out horse meat. That or this horse died in a desert. I'm not sure. Let's try some horse jerky. All right, he's pulling it out right now. That's it. This is a wild texture. It just looks like fibrous. They really got all the water out of this. It smells like horse food. Like it smells like grain or something unusual. You can see the dust coming off of it, the fibers from the muscles and some of the sinew. All right, so that's one piece. Let's go for it. I don't know if this is horse or construction paper. It is so intensely dry. I'm rehydrating it with my saliva. It's not that good, if I'm honest. But what about the price? All right, right here, we have 1 kilo of charqui. They've dehydrated this so much, this was at least a pony. Y'all eat pony here? Unknown. This is $43.90. Should I buy it and count it towards our total today? I think I should. Right behind me, you'll see a lot of different interesting pickled foods and condiments. Chilean food has a lot of different influences, and one of those comes from the Germans. That's right, those are my people, famous for sausages and attempted world domination. I wasn't part of that, however. A significant wave of German immigration to Chile began in the mid-19th century. And of course, they brought with them their food, including this right here, sauerkraut. That looks very